on your video screen.
Okay. Good morning to all my colleagues on council, guests like Wendy Luther, who will be joining us shortly, and staff, thank you for your continuing diligence, and to the folks who are watching from home and around the world and beyond. Welcome to Council, Halifax Regional Council. Today is Tuesday, May the 12th, and we have a council meeting. It's 9 o'clock. We will be having a council meeting. Following the council meeting, we are going to begin our budget discussions, the recast of the 2021 budget. So if we are through council, we will go right to committee of the whole. But I think our goal is to finish council. We've also booked some other time. All right. So it continues to be, just as I could, as we get ready to welcome our councillors, it continues to be a challenging time in Nova Scotia and Halifax, not just from COVID, where I think we're seeing some signs of optimism, but certainly the horrific shooting and more recently the helicopter crash, where we lost a number of really dedicated young people. I think 3 from Nova Scotia, one that a number of us would have known from Remembrance Day events, Abigail Cabra, who I'm pleased to say there was a large turnout last night as her body was repatriated back to her home in Dartmouth Coal Harbour area, Eastern Passage. And so I think perhaps folks will just take a moment of silence just again. Hopefully this is the last council meeting for a while that we're going to need a moment of silence. Think about all the people that we've lost in the last little while. Perhaps close our eyes and have a special wish for the young boy in Truro and his family and that whole community, Dylan. So let's just take a moment of silence and reflect on our challenges and also our blessings. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. Just a word, I see Councillor Walker's smiling face, just to let people know that I'll be chairing the budget committee since I'm here with support from staff, and it's just, I think it's an easier process. So Councillor Walker and I talked about that. Means that the discussion I expect will go much longer than it would otherwise. But nonetheless, Russell will manage. So in the spirit of Councillor Walker, we'll continue. First of all, I want to just make sure everybody's here and let our people at home and other places see our councillors. So I'm just going to introduce you by district in reverse order of the way we normally start, and just say hello. Councillor Outfit, are you with us? Councillor Outfit? Is he with us? Is he on mute?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm not used to you starting at 16. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, listen, congratulations to you. Congratulations to you and your daughter, who's achieved another significant academic milestone. Well done.
Thank you. She takes after her mother, thankfully. And I just wanted to congratulate all of those who are graduating from our universities and colleges this year. Won't have proper convocations, but I know we know a lot of them and we're seeing them on social media. So congratulations to all of them. And also my dad celebrated his 85th birthday on Sunday, and I know he watches council, so Dad will have a proper celebration. But thanks.
All right. Nice to have him with us. Councillor Russell.
Good morning and thank you. Just wanted to mention that yesterday, in addition to the horrific shooting, we had been holding our flags at half-mast for 22 days. and yesterday was day 22 when we welcomed Sub-Lieutenant Abigail Crowbridge back to town. So it was a significant day. Certainly solemn, and I appreciate all of the support that our community has shown for everybody in both of these tragedies. I also want to acknowledge everybody from Sackville High and the other high schools who should be graduating and should be having the most momentous time of their lives, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to do something in recognition of that. So thank you very much, and have a good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. And this is International Nurses Day. So I just want to say a big shout out to all the nurses out there and all the nursing students in particular. My daughter's a nursing student up at St. FX and working at the local nursing home up there. So happy International Nurses Day, everyone.
Indeed. Thank you. Councillor Whitman, I see you there.
Good morning, Mayor Savage and colleagues. Happy Mother's Day to everybody, and happy graduation to all the students, especially my young fella, Kirk Whitman, who graduated from Acadia and is off to IBM, training from home and then working from home.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councillor Zarowski.
Good morning, all. Good morning to our constituents in District 12. I'd also like to thank the Lakeside Legion they're going to be ordering 300 masks, which are being made right now for the COVID crisis, to be distributed to all those who would like to have masks. That'll be happening in the next week or so. We've just contracted out to have them done by in the next week, and so we look forward to distributing them. And I'd like to thank them for their efforts in reaching out into the community in BLT.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice tie, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, members of the council. That's it.
All right. Short and sweet. Councillor Walker.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and everything's fine in District 10, and just like to give a congratulations to Square Roots on their giving out fresh products every weekend, and continue the good work.
That's awesome. Yes, indeed. That's St. Mary's program. That's
yes.
Awesome. Councillor Cleary.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning from District 9 here, beautiful Quinpool Road. Just want to say, folks, take some time, appreciate your family, send positive thoughts to all Haligonians, Nova Scotians, Canadians, in fact, everyone who lives on this planet. Don't forget to support your local business. Many of them are online now and need your business. I'm looking at, for example, quinpool.shop, where you can find all of your local Quinpool stores online in one place. So stay safe, stay strong.
Indeed, thank you. And I'll join you in a shout out to Carla Nicholson and the work she's been doing with the Spring Garden Road Business Association and Immediacy, I think it is, who've put together this amazing thing out your way, Sean. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and everybody watching. Coming from District 8, very thankful to be here this morning. I just really want to quickly acknowledge two folks out of the many folks that we've lost in the past couple of weeks, but just two from the area in particular. One, Mel Bootlier, who most folks are familiar with him, who passed a week or so ago, community advocate, and also Mr. Papaganilopi, who's also a community advocate as well. Most recently known for being the garden father for Hope Blooms. So the passing of those two and many more that we are losing, so keeping those folks in our thoughts and the families who are mourning from the loss of loved ones as well. But I'm really happy to be here, and thank you.
Thank you, indeed. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm taken aback to hear about Mr. Lopi. I hadn't heard that yet. Greetings from District 7. It's always beautiful and sunny in District 7, as you can see. And I personally would like to thank or acknowledge all the new mums who had kids, had babies during this time. A friend of ours Austin had her beautiful baby, Georgia Rose, 3 weeks before lockdown started. And I can tell you it's amazing challenge for anyone who is raising a newborn in those circumstances. So I just want to acknowledge the work that Austin is putting in and all the new moms out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone out there. I too, like the Deputy Mayor, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that it is National Nurses Week. I think every one of us, we all know at least one nurse, if not many, and many of our families have nurses in them. So amazing work normally under normal circumstances, but during this pandemic, truly amazing. And a lot of the healthcare students are volunteering out there. So thank you very much to all of them, and be safe.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge, we seem to have a lot of passings, but in Dartmouth and Dartmouth Center, Marie Kohler, who was for basically 15 years the life organizing blood of the Harborview Community Association down in the Fairbanks Shore Road area. She passed away just recently on actually the same day as Mel Bootler, that news came out. And so she will definitely be missed in the downtown Dartmouth area.
Indeed, thank you very much for that. Councillor Nicol.
Good morning, everyone from Cole Harbour, Westfall, where there is still some sadness, and thank you for acknowledging the drive-by and acknowledgement of the cyclone that went down. Matthew Cousins lived in Cole Harbour with his wife Joanne and 2 children, so I want to acknowledge that. If anyone wishes, they have a GoFundMe set up for their children, so I encourage people to do that. But I echo your comments, Mr. Mayor. Looking forward to not having any moments of silence in the near future, because everyone wants to see brighter days ahead. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. Mr. President, Bill Karsten. You must be on mute, Billy.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Good to be with you this morning. And certainly on the same point as been mentioned, Councillor Nicol just mentioned, we've had our share of tragedy, but representing Eastern Passage, Cow Bay, and part of Dartmouth, we all know that it's always sunny in Dartmouth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hensby's with us on the phone. Can you hear us, David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, greetings from District 2, Preston, Chesapeake Eastern Shore. I think everybody acknowledged the previous week of being Emergency Preparedness Week last week, but now it's the National Police Week, and in reference to our Constable Lottie and Living Stevenson and stuff, I want to acknowledge National Police Week for the RCMP and the Halifax Regional Police, and God bless to everyone who participated in the drive-by salute for Abigail yesterday.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stretch.
Good morning, Mayor and colleagues. Talking to you from District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. And it's not very often I get to go last. I do appreciate you changing the order, but it leaves me reflective of all the comments that all of you have brought forward. And these have been challenging times, Your Worship, but I'm encouraged by the signs of optimism that are creeping through within our communities. I'm very encouraged by the support groups that are helping those in our areas that need assistance. So as this sign says behind me, keep calm, carry on, things will get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Your parents would have taught you, as mine taught me, that the last shall be first and the first shall be last.
True enough. True enough.
Switching it up. And I'm here, and I just want to show my City of Dartmouth mug that I just got from Tim Rosesco of the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission, and I do that as a salute to all the bids who are working hard and with whom I hope we'll partner very much with in this recovery. So I think we're all here, folks. I'll accept a motion to adjourn. Oh, no, sorry, we still have stuff to do. Okay, let's go. Everybody's here. There are no minutes to approve. We have the order of business in front of you. Either on your
by Councillor Mason.
What's that?
Oh, I'm making a motion to move the agenda.
Thank you. I'll just
second.
I'd like to speak to it.
Yeah, just clerk, Madam Clerk, anything?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have a request from Councillor Whitman to bring item 6 to the May 26th agenda.
Okay, that shall be done. Is that what you wanted, Councillor Whitman, or is there something else?
Yes, that was it. Info item number 6 and off the consent agenda 8.1.1.
Okay. Okay, the order of business as amended, Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Smith, was it?
Councillor
All in
Nickel?
Councillor Nickel.
Councillor Nichols, sorry. Okay, do we need to vote on that? I guess we do. Cheryl?
Yes, but there's no requirement for a recorded vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Some people slow in the eyes. Opposed? That is carried. The consent agenda, we're taking 8.1.1 off the consent agenda.
Yep.
Anybody else? Just want to make sure there's nothing else that anybody else. So 8.1.5 is the appointment of building officials, and 8.1.6 is the Beachville Lakeside Timberley Community Center funding application. If there's nobody else that wishes to, make sure I get my chat going here. Okay, so we'll have to do a vote on the, somebody want to move the consent agenda?
Councillor Cleary, so moved.
Whitman,
Councillor
second.
Nickel?
Seconded by Councillor Nickel. We need to do a voice vote on that one, I think, Cheryl. Let's go to the vote. Councillor Stretch.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Carson.
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Menzie.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Absolutely for.
Councillor Whitman.
For.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oakley.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so I declare that's carried. We have passed 8.1.5 and 8.1.6 on consent. I've read those out. We'll keep 8.1.1 on regular agenda. Calls for declaration of conflict of interest, colleagues. Correspondence, Cheryl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have correspondence relating to items 6.3.1, 7.1, 8.1.3, 8.1.6, and 8.1.8, and those have been distributed to members of council electronically.
Thank you, Cheryl. Petitions, colleagues. Any petitions? Hearing no petitions, we'll move to presentations and item 6.3.1. And we have Wendy Luther from the Halifax Partnership, Jacques Dubé, our CAO, who are going to give us a presentation, following which Councillor Mason has a motion. So I'll give it to the CAO and welcome Wendy Luther back to council.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm getting us kicked off and then we'll hand it over to Jacques, and we're going to tag team this presentation to you this morning. So good morning, Mayor, members of Regional Council. I'm Wendy Luther with the Halifax Partnership, Halifax's public-private economic development organization. And it is my honor to present to you with the CAO of HRM, Mr. Jacques Dubé, the latest draft of Halifax's economic response and recovery plan. I hope you and your loved ones continue to be healthy and safe during this tumultuous time. And thank you for everything that you are doing for the residents and businesses of Halifax. Next slide, please, and over to Jacques.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and thanks to you and your team for the great work you're doing on delivering economic development services throughout HRM. Mr. Mayor and members of Regional Council, as you know, less than a couple of months ago, we were discussing plans to develop a 5-year economic development strategy to be implemented in 2021. Of course, the pandemic has changed everything. We all understand the need to act nimbly. Excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just lost my place. So as I was saying, the pandemic has changed everything, and we all understand the need to act nimbly to address the immediate acute needs of businesses in Halifax. So when we got direction from Regional Council last month to develop a COVID-19 economic recovery plan, we thought we would implement that plan over a year. Of course, now we're starting to realize that this plan may take a longer time frame, something like 18 to 24 months. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, and next slide, please. This slide captures some of the key milestones relating to our COVID-19 economic response since March 16, 2020. On March 21st, Halifax Partnerships Ad Hoc Development Committee and Economic Strategy Working Group refocused our work plan to respond to COVID-19. Of note on this slide, the state of emergency declared under the Emergency Management Act on March 22nd has been extended to May 17th, 2020. Next slide, please. And here is our goal: to get back to our long-term growth trend and chart a path forward for a stronger, more resilient city. Next slide, please. We are adhering to the following guiding principles in our work. First and foremost, following the advice of our healthcare experts. The fastest way to economic recovery is stemming the spread of this disease. I'd also like to thank our many stakeholders who have contributed to the plan thus far, including Mayor and members of Regional Council, HRM staff, Halifax Partnership investors, Discover Halifax, Events East, every one of the business improvement districts, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, many associations, universities and colleges, and both provincial and federal government colleagues. Next slide, please. As I presented to you on April 2nd, this plan follows a 3-phased approach. Moving from one phase to the next will not be based on a fixed timeline, but will be aligned to public health criteria and measures, and actions and activities may overlap between phases. The Economic Response and Recovery Plan is an evergreen document. We will update the plan and actions as health directives allow to ensure we are addressing the evolving needs of the business community in real time. The plan as presented represents a de facto table of contents for the project plans that are being developed under each action item. We are also compiling creative ideas related to coming out of the crisis stronger than we went in. Internally, we refer to this as the silver linings bucket, and exploring how we action these ideas. In one such shovel-ready initiative, Efficiency One, through assistance from Natural Resources Canada, is working with SIMP Technologies and other partners to develop a virtual energy audit tool. This tool will enable households and businesses to gain insights into their energy usage without in-person visits from energy auditors. Guided by results from the virtual energy audits, they are working with various energy efficiency funders and service providers to implement energy saving solutions that will fully come on stream once health protocols allow. This project will both contribute to lowering our carbon emissions while creating green economy jobs. So next slide, please, and over to you, Jacques.
Thank you, Wendy. And as Wendy mentioned, Mr. Mayor, this plan includes objectives and actions the partnership and HRM will take over 3 phases. The first one, obviously, is our current situation. The urgent phase, when our role is to respond to the urgent needs of businesses and residents while addressing the municipality's fiscal health. During this phase, HRM has 8 actions. 1 is to ensure municipal financial liquidity. The estimated impact of COVID-19 for HRM is $232 million this fiscal year. An estimated $188 million of that is from taxes that will not be received in a timely fashion, and the remaining $44 million is from lost program and service revenues. So with monthly expenditures of approximately $100 million, HRM has approximately 4 months of cash flow remaining. It will reduce budgeted staffing levels by almost 1,500 people, and we're now adjusting the 2021 budget downwards, something that council will start deliberating on this afternoon. Number 2, protect residents by supporting public health authority measures through outreach, communication, support services, and penalties. Of course, during this period, adherence to public health authority measures is paramount, and our EMO team is working closely with the province on this. Number 3, maintain essential services. Maintenance of essential services such as police, fire, water, and transit will continue. Number 4, prompt payment to vendors and suppliers to help with immediate cash flow needs. We are doing this to get money into the hands of business and get money flowing through the economy. Number 5, assist vulnerable communities by maintaining and enhancing support for programs and initiatives that address food insecurity, discrimination, substance misuse, homelessness, and domestic abuse. HRM is providing municipal buildings for shelters, for example, due to space needs for both community services and independent shelters across the municipality. And council's social mandate takes on new meaning during this time as these new issues are more acute. Our EMO, Public Safety Office, Diversity Inclusion Office, and those looking at food security within our Planning and Development Office all have a role to play here. Number 6, facilitate and advocate for rapid testing among vulnerable communities and HRM essential staff. Of course, our EMO office is working with the province to get rapid testing done in COVID-19 hotspots, and we are providing municipal buildings for COVID-19 testing sites. Number 7, offer virtual opportunities for recreation and promoting well-being. And as our recreation centers are closed, we are working to get some virtual recreation programs online. We'll have more to say about that in the coming weeks. Move core HRM business services online. For example, permit applications and approvals online. Early on in the pandemic, a few days after our planning and development offices were closed, we were able to move some of our permit and applications and approvals online. And this was already in the works, and we intend to do more in this area as we move forward. So slide 8, Wendy.
Thank you. And next slide. So here are Halifax Partnerships actions, and on the last slide, I'll be giving you some specific examples of initiatives currently underway. Our actions fall into these 6 categories. Number 1, helping local businesses understand how to access government supports and follow health directives. Number 2, areas of labor market. Number 3, initiatives within Halifax's Innovation District. Number 4, accelerating business attraction. Number 5, measuring and boosting business and consumer confidence. And 6, as always, collaborating with partners for strategic alignment and implementation. And those 6 categories carry through each of these 3 phases. Next slide, please, and over to you, Jacques.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm going to talk now, Mr. Mayor, about the stabilization phase. And this is the phase in which we support businesses and business planning for reopening the economy and helping businesses resume full operations. During this phase, we have 5 proposed HRM actions. Temporarily adapt transportation networks in high pedestrian areas where feasible to respond to provincial health directives. Streets may be difficult to navigate as businesses open. Some streets may have lineups of people spaced 6 feet apart waiting to get into stores. They could block the flow of people walking up and down the street, who also have to stay 6 feet apart. We will modify where we can to address this, and there's a PSA going out today, and I'm aware that Brad Anguish, our Director of Public Works, sent Council a memo this morning that basically describes the work that's going to be done in partnership with a number of business units and led by Tanya Davis in Planning and Development, working with across all the various business units to address this particular issue. Next Next initiative is to reassess, advocate for, and proceed with key infrastructure projects that stimulate the economy and address climate change. We will continue to work with our federal and provincial funding partners to proceed with existing and advocate for more infrastructure funding to get money flowing through the economy. Those conversations are ongoing, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we will receive commitments from the province and the federal government for short-term and medium-term infrastructure projects. I want to personally thank Deputy Minister Paul LaFlèche and his team for the ongoing collaboration in that respect, and MP Andy Fillmore and Mayor Savage for their leadership as well. Next initiative is to take advantage of provincial and federal stimulus funding opportunities that align with municipalities' priorities. This is about accessing non-infrastructure funding from both levels of government where we can and wherever possible. The next initiative is to identify and address immediate and critical regulatory needs so businesses can resume operations. This is not about budget. This is about good policy to help improve the business climate. We'll work and continue working with the partnership, Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, and our smart regulation team and advisory panel and the province's chief regulatory officer on this measure. Next initiative is to reopen and adapt municipal sites, buildings, and non-essential services in accordance with emergency and public health measures, changing fiscal circumstances, municipal climate change targets, and new user needs. Not all HRM assets and services will be turned on with a flick of the switch. Our reopening will be gradual, and our programming will look different, but it is an essential part of the stabilization phase, and will help boost business and consumer confidence. Now over to Wendy for a couple of highlights on the Halifax Partnerships actions.
Thank you, Jacques. You can see our 5 actions under the stabilization phase on your screen, but I want to use this opportunity, the 5th action there, to thank the business improvement districts for their diligent work during this challenging time. Between them and Discover Halifax, our storefront businesses are some of the hardest hit during this crisis, and we've been honored to collaborate with them so closely thus far and look forward to our continued collaboration. Next slide, please. And over to Jacques.
Thank you, Wendy. So, Mr. Mayor, this is about the recovery phase, and action item number 30 talks about identifying, maintaining, and enhancing municipal processes adopted during the crisis that are both viable and of benefit to businesses and residents in the long term. A couple of years ago, HRM implemented a performance excellence and Lean Six Sigma training program to make our work and service more effective and efficient. So where it makes sense, we'll enhance some of those processes we adopted during the crisis. Action item number 31 is to address the climate change emergency in the context of COVID-19, taking advantage of the opportunity to transition to a carbon neutral economy by 2050, consistent with our province's objectives in that respect. Last year, Regional Council declared a climate emergency, and as has the Government of Canada and the province of Nova Scotia and hundreds of other governments worldwide. We are working on a climate change action plan, Halifax 2050, whose goal is to make Halifax carbon neutral by 2050. And we think there's an opportunity to address COVID-19 pandemic and climate change crisis at the same time, largely through provincial and federal stimulus funding and our own resources. Action item number 32 is to identify and address new regulatory challenges and opportunities for active government response given the changed business landscape. I spoke of the regulatory reform work in phase 2 to address the immediate and urgent regulatory issues facing business, and this is a continuation of that work, but with a longer term focus. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Jacques. So, and finally, here are our proposed actions at this moment in time for the open for business phase. I just want to draw your attention to our planned work in understanding our lessons learned through our response to this, so we're better prepared, so we're all better prepared for economic response if we should be facing a similar crisis in the future. I also want to note that our investment attraction team led by Nancy Phillips is still incredibly busy talking to prospects who are incredibly interested in moving to Halifax or expanding their operations to Halifax, and you'll see more on our final slide. Next slide, please. As mentioned already, this is an evergreen plan and may take longer than 1 year to implement. Regarding measurement, data points over the coming months will be difficult to assess against the context of normal times. Due to the timing and frequency of releases from sources, including StatsCan and Conference Board of Canada, there are limits in describing the situation here and now, and certain data points may take on added significance in the current crisis. Movements in macroeconomic variables will be driven by unprecedented and unpredictable global economic, political, and medical factors. One of this plan's key strengths is its recognition of the need to be nimble and adaptable. The unprecedented and fluid nature of this crisis means that we may drop actions, amend actions, and add new actions in response to new information and changing circumstances. Next slide, please. This final slide highlights HRM and Halifax partnership initiatives already underway during the current urgent health crisis phase. A few initiatives to note. Since its launch last Tuesday, we've received over 3,500 views of our What's Open in the District Support Local map. We coordinated with Spring Garden, downtown Halifax, and downtown Dartmouth bids to get this map widely promoted. And thank you so much to the bids for their collaboration on this. The Halifax Partnership team has developed an online tool to help businesses navigate the myriad of government supports. And I want to give a huge thank you to our Halifax Partnership team member, Ann Yu, who is a recent hire for us that we got to know through our Connector program and is a recent graduate, post-secondary graduate. So what a testament to the power of hiring recent graduates into your business and the value that they bring. And our Smart Business team, in participation with the Greater Burnside Business Association, has been proactively calling businesses to help support their needs. As of last week, it had 148 one-on-one conversations, and thank you to Councillor Mancini for your passion and support of Burnside area businesses, and really enjoy working with you on that. So thank you for your kind attention and your input and feedback into the plan thus far. We welcome your questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Wendy and Jacques. I'll go to Councillor Mason first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, there I am. So I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council approve the Halifax COVID-19 Economic Response and Recovery Plan presented by Halifax Partnership May 12, 2020, and further directs that that $75,000 be approved to fund the Halifax Partnership Response and Recovery Plan activities. I so move.
Second by Councillor Nicol.
I think that was everybody, Mr. Mayor.
I heard Councillor Nicol, but that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to thank Wendy and her staff and Jacques and his staff for the unprecedented amount of work that you've all had to do on top of all of the other dislocations and challenges that we've all had working from home during this lockdown, and all the other both professional and personal challenges that everybody's facing. I think this is a great summary of the direction that we want to go in as a municipality, and the kind of thing that we can do during this crisis if we all pull together and make sure that we have an agreed to set of principles. Every journey starts with having an idea where you want to go. I think this tells us where we want to go in terms of economic recovery. So I support this work. It is a great framework. It doesn't answer all the questions. It's not possible to answer all the questions right now when we are waiting to find out what tomorrow brings. The situation continues to change on the day and on the hour, and so to the public we have to say to them, this is a framework that helps us answer questions that we'll amend as new information comes forward, and that it is going to guide us, but it doesn't answer all those questions because it can't. So I do support this, and I'm really glad that it's come forward at this time. I look forward to hearing council's comments on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jacques, and thank you, Wendy, for taking the time to present to council. I'm sure you will be tired of the accolades that you're going to be getting for this, because I think we're in the right place at the right time to make some significant changes in how the city is functioning. I find no fault with anything that you've presented. I think this COVID crisis has presented us with an opportunity, and every crisis does give us opportunities, and I think you've handled it admirably in the incredibly short time that we've had to do this. I do have two questions though. And the first is the consideration of the hydrogen economy. And Jacques, I know we've got a proposal request for a staff report on that. I would like to see the partnership and HRM explore hydrogen as a long-term to medium-term solution. Getting off of carbon, of course, will require us to look at other energy sources. And after the discussions that I've had personally with companies such as Ballard and Heritage Gas, we have an incredible opportunity to make a massive change. So I'd like to see hydrogen on there. And the other thing that COVID has done is make us distance ourselves and utilize platforms in cyberspace as never before. And I've been getting requests from various companies across Canada whose specialties relate to the promotion of local and regional businesses. And it just handily, hand in glove kind of perspective in what you've been presenting. So those are the two areas that I would like to see emphasis on. And I'm sure, as Councillor Mason has said, you can't cover all the bases immediately and make the best possible report on the future, because the future has changed. It's not what it used to be. And I see this as an opportunity. I'd like to thank you for that. And if you could comment on the two, the hydrogen economy and the emphasis on using various cyber platforms to enhance our local and regional businesses, to give them a leg up. Thank you.
Your Worship, to Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Zarowski, thank you very much for those comments and questions. I've had preliminary conversations with Heritage Gas about the opportunity in the hydrogen economy, and this would fall into our silver linings bucket category of new and innovative ways of doing things. So I look forward to speaking with you more about that topic. As for your question around e-commerce and using technology to support local business, the mayor mentioned the great things happening on Quinpool Road with their e-commerce site for that region. We're working with the bids and others to see how that could be expanded. We're also working with our partners with eBay Canada. As you might remember, we had an eBay retail revival program in HRM last year to help more Halifax and Nova Scotia-based business increase their competitiveness through e-commerce. And so we're using the tools that we were developed through that program for a wider audience. And also an important topic around e-commerce and supporting our local businesses through technology is distribution and logistics. So our current distribution models are not well set up for a business on Quinpool Road sending to the mayor's home in Dartmouth. So we're in conversations with the bids now on creatively charting a path forward that would enable more efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally sound distribution practices throughout our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to add a few more comments to what Wendy just said, if I can.
Sorry, go ahead, Jacques.
Okay, thank you. On the hydrogen economy, as you know, Councillor Zarowski, I've asked Halifax Transit to look at alternate fuel sources, including electrification of the fleet and other matters and other ways to do it. There's also potential for that fuel source in relation to buildings and such things. So we are looking at that, you can be sure. The other point I would want to make is that we're continuing to support Volta and their operations, and Wendy and I have collaborated, and our respective teams are collaborating on looking at a couple of applications that are coming out of Volt, a couple of companies that are actually there, and piloting those platforms within HRM operations as proof of concept to allow, if successful, them to go out to the broader municipal market, North American wide and perhaps worldwide. So we're actually focused on that, and the work that Jane Fraser and Sarah Teal and her team at ICT are also actively engaged in these kinds of things. The other thing I would point out is that Kelly Denty and her team of planning development have been using a lot of technology, as not necessarily as a result of the pandemic, but the pandemic has actually sped up the work of getting the online permitting and approvals process going. So your points are well taken, and we're certainly going down that road corporately and with our partners. Thank you.
Again, thank you both for the presentation. It's enlightening. It makes us all hopeful in this time of crisis, and it's such a salve to be able to plan to make things better based on something that is onerous and that we're going through. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to Wendy. On one of the slides, there was reference made to programs that are available through the federal government or provincial government. How many contacts have been made for the partnership with respect to those programs, and how many have those individuals or companies, how many have been actually helped and directed by the partnership?
Your Worship, to the Councillor, thank you so much for your question. So right now we have retooled our existing programs funded by the provincial government. So we have programs funded by Department of Business, which is our innovation ecosystem project, which includes our investment attraction work and our smart business work. And then we have programs funding the Connector program and our labor programs through the Nova Scotia Office of Immigration. And they've both been retooled to address our current issues now. So I mentioned specifically in my words on the 148 one-on-one conversations with businesses. Those have generated hundreds of referrals, and that does not include our e-correspondence to our thousands of businesses in our database or the visits to our website. So I'd love to follow up with Council following this presentation with a breakdown of the number of contacts and how those contacts are taking place. For instance, in the Connector program alone, our team has mobilized 600 connectors, so those are business and community leaders in Halifax, to assist recent graduates and newcomers to Halifax, including students who we've incorporated into this program due to our current situation, to mobilize those business leaders to help connect those students and recent grads. So they fall into those two categories, and I'll share with you the numbers breakdown following this presentation. Thank you.
I don't know if my question was clear enough. The federal government programs that are in place, and you would reference on the slide, it was numbers 9 to 14, and you're going to help coordinate individuals to let them know what's available. How many contacts were made there, and how many actual people were the partnership able to direct to get assistance?
Right. So, Councillor, I'll follow up with you with the exact numbers on where those leads went. So the big number is the 148 actual calls, and then the many hundreds of others. But each of those contacts require different assistance. So we keep that all in our Salesforce database, and I'll be able to get to you who we sent to federal government programs, who we sent to provincial programs, who we sent to other local businesses for support, so that you can get a good idea of how many of those businesses we're sending to the federal government programs for support based on their needs and their eligibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I'd like to ask a question, Wendy, if I could. As you know, we've had these regular calls with not only the work that you've done, the partnership and the councils that you've had, but also Patrick Sullivan and his team at the Chamber have done a great job of pulling people together 3 times a week, and I think you're on those calls as I am. Andy Fillmore is often on the calls, as well as Chuck Mayette from ACOA. And one of the issues that Andy has raised a number of times is what they call the SECRA, the Emergency Rent Assistance Program, and the fact that it hasn't had a lot of take-up. And that could be particularly important to some of our main streets, some of our business areas and restaurants. And is there something we can do more directly to support people accessing that commercial rent relief from the feds?
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. So the SECRA, for those who may be listening and are not familiar, is the federal program that is essentially would fund rent for businesses who have been very seriously impacted by COVID-19 in terms of substantial loss in revenues. And it funds between the province and the feds approximately 50% of their rent, with 25% to be paid by the tenant and another 25% to be waived by the landlord. What we're hearing from landlords at this point is that they don't have enough information at this time to know whether they can enroll their tenants in that program, whether they can step up and participate. What we're in conversations now is how can that program be bundled with other opportunities, such as conversations with the commercial banks, conversations about tax or other deferrals for landlords, because the feedback from the landlords is that their margins are not 25%. They have obligations to their lenders that they would not be able to meet if they were to waive 25% of the rent. The opposite side of the argument is it not better to get 75% of your rent than 0% of your rent? So we're working with all the players behind the scenes to come up with a amiable solution going forward, because if we lose our storefront businesses now, it will be much harder to get out of this crisis. But also, we cannot lose our landlords either, because if our landlords are not viable, if they go out of business, then of course all of their tenants will be out of a space or out of a home. So thank you for your question, and work is underway.
Yeah, we know that a lot of the federal programs have had a lot of uptake, the CERB and the student CERB and the wage subsidy. This one hasn't had as much take up. Probably needs provincial involvement, or, you know, dare I say it, municipal involvement. So I think it's something we should just keep our eye on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor, no, hang on now. So Councillor Outfit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Wendy and Jacques. I wanted to mention, first of all, well, thank you for the presentation, and I certainly plan to support it. I'm just wondering if I could get a little update from Jacques and then Wendy, see if you're aware of this, that I brought a proposal forward recently from Phil Otto at Resolve to try and do a sort of a local kitchen party and event online that we would promote businesses that are open, promote local restaurants and pubs that are open. Those will be coming back, and perhaps give some support to local musicians who are struggling at this time because the venues aren't open. And I got feedback from HRN that we're looking at this sort of through recreation and special events, and more of towards Canada Day. That's not really how this was intended. I think we should do a virtual Canada Day, don't get me wrong, or as much as we can have an exciting Canada Day. I'm wondering, because I think this is something we were hoping that the Halifax Partnership, Discover Halifax, the bids would all work on together to try and hope to help businesses that are open, those that will reopen, and as I mentioned, musicians. Can I get sort of an update on your involvement in that and how that's progressing?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I know that I've spoken with Denise Schofield, Director of Parks and Recreation, and they are working on looking at some form of celebration, whether it's prior to Canada Day or on Canada Day or something like that. I did not appreciate I didn't appreciate the request to look at some form of business promotion tool in that respect, but we can certainly look at that going forward. I understood that the request was some form of HRM kitchen party or some such thing like that, but we can certainly take that away and look at how we could position perhaps all the economic development partners in an effort with HRM to promote local businesses in some fashion. But we'll certainly get back to you on that.
I think, yeah, thank you, Jacques. And I think that was certainly one of the main objectives when I mentioned it to Mike and others, that I think if Wendy and you and Jacques could reach out to Phil Otto, I think it would be helpful, because he certainly wants to have a celebration, but he really wants to use it as a tool to help businesses and musicians as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I may add one additional comment to your worship, to Councillor Outhit. We're also working on a Music City strategy, which conversations on this began pre-COVID, but now it takes on an increased sense of urgency to highlight the existing assets of our city. And certainly one of that is our culture and our music. So we're working with a number of business people in Halifax and Dalhousie University to move that strategy forward. And I think there's an excellent connection with your comments about this kitchen party concept. So I look forward to speaking with you more about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to thank you for mentioning Circa a little bit earlier. This is something that we have seen a little bit significant involvement in, or a little bit something that should be paid more attention to. We have seen a number of landlords who are still demanding 100% rent from their tenants, and we really need to make sure that something is done to have the landlords working more with their tenants to make sure that they are able to pay their rent or able to subsidize it somehow. So a little bit later on in this meeting, I will be bringing forth a notice of motion specifically to address that. But I do want to thank you for your involvement in that, and thank you for mentioning it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy. The Halifax partnership, we always knew was a partnership that should work fully with everyone. So it's good news, but it's bad news that it had to be COVID related and the economy being in such dire need. And so I just wanted to ask with regards to as you're working with the biz, which is great because each one has a unique situation, but when it comes to the main areas and the buying local, and I can refer to where I live in Cole Harbour Road, but there is no bid established at that place in Cole Harbour and Main Street in Westfall. So I just wondered how you were reaching out to those, and in particular to Councillor Russell's point with regards to SECRA, there seems to be some reluctance from the landlords, and I just wondered how you were working with the large REIT companies where the owners are out of province, which would seem to complicate things because, like I said, every situation is not unique. Various people. There's very few people that I know on Cole Harbour Road or Main Street that actually own the building that they operate their business out of. So it's kind of hard to get the landlords to understand, the dire needs that they have because they might not even be living in Nova Scotia. And how close do you feel the landlords are to actually, getting to their 75%?
So your worship, Councillor Nicol, thank you so much for the question. Our work thus far with landlords has been focused on our local Halifax-based landlords and Nova Scotia-based landlords. Several of them are investors in the Halifax partnership, really to have an honest and open dialogue around what is the barrier to to the uptake on some of these programs. And as I mentioned to the mayor, clear information on the SECRA is certainly one barrier. We're also working with their industry associations, BOMA and IPONS, for a further national reach. So in your response to, with many of these REITs not located here, although we read about them in all Nova Scotia, we're working through those industry associations who are having the conversations nationally and making sure our feedback here is incorporated. We were early out of the gate in Nova Scotia through the work of the province of Nova Scotia's rent deferral program. And it is our understanding through our communications with Deputy Minister Bernie Miller that initially, even with the SECRA, businesses who have enrolled tenants in the Nova Scotia rent deferral program, those landlords could actually defer the 25% of the tenant's rent versus waive the 25% of the tenant's rent. So that is one nuance here in Nova Scotia, but the conversations continue, and I look forward to keeping councillors up to date on our conversations thus far. It's obviously an important topic here, but it's so important to keeping our Main Street businesses healthy and open through this time. You also had a conversation on the bids and how are we connecting with businesses that don't have a bid in their area. So in Burnside, for instance, that does not have a bid, through Councillor Mancini and his connections, we're working with the Greater Burnside Area Business Association. I look forward to speaking with you about who the best contacts would be within your business community. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On SECRA, there's a great article in the Globe and Mail, Josh O'Kane and another journalist wrote about how the program has evolved repeatedly. And in fact, I just checked back on that thread, and he had retweeted again that the Ontario government and the federal government had made further amendments May 6th to the program, so just a couple days ago. And I think it's important that that we work to educate the landlords, because a lot of the early material coming out from both accounting firms and legal firms and real estate advisors is now incorrect, that it applies to gross rent, not base rent, and that it is not applied only to rent before profit. It's now any rent that's paid. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions there. And also, Wendy, what you just said about the being able to defer the 25% and continue to stay if you're already inside of that program, I don't think a lot of people know that, and I think that could really move a lot of folks over. Certainly, we're caught in a place right now, what I'm hearing in the many conference calls or the CEO councils around Halifax Partnership, is that the landlords certainly can't cover their obligations with 75%, but neither can the small businesses with zero sales. So everybody's going to be looking at being impacted in terms of their cash reserves and taking on new debt. And so the issue is, how do you parse that? How do you make sure that it's not one or the other taking the entire load, but recognizing that landlords are going to have to take a haircut, as well as the small businesses? It can't all just be small business. So I'm interested to have, I'm glad that Councillor Russell is going to bring forward a notice of motion. On streets, that was one of the slides to talk very specifically about your presentation. There was a line in there about supporting commerce, I believe, through reallocation of public space and streets, because of the COVID restrictions. And so I do want to say I thank the CAO for the memo. It did arrive literally, it was like magic, Jacques. It was moments after you said that the memo arrived as an email. But item 4, relieve crowded areas, parks and narrow sidewalks to support health department guidance for physical distancing. I hope that's going to be interpreted very broadly, so that it would include the potential for closing off streets, not just Argyle, but other streets or parts of streets, especially if the local bid or business community or business owner are willing to help front the cost, because what we're going to see is, when restaurants do open, is 50% capacity, and they're going to want to try and set up bistro chairs and tables outside to try and keep their numbers up, so that they they can operate without losing money with every sale. So I hope the city is willing to work on local and block by block, business by business solutions to try and help these businesses survive and possibly thrive during this difficult time this summer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one update from the feds that just came in, if I may, on SECRA.
Please.
And thank you, Councillor Mason. So NPM Andy Fillmore is watching council, and he is adding that tying municipal property tax relief to landlord participation in SECRA is a massive tool council could use to incentivize increased participation in SECRA. So thank you very much, MP Andy Fillmore, for that suggestion on how the municipality could help incentivize landlords to participate in that federal provincial program.
Okay. Well, folks, I want to, just before we go to the vote on this, I see no other speakers. I want to thank Wendy, and I want to thank the partnership who've adjusted very well to, I know you've made some changes in your costing and everything, Wendy, but I know that the folks are working hard from home. I would have been in Houston last week, Nancy Phillips and I, on business development, and I know that other members would have been around the world. Last week at your CEO Council, Alan Lau of Wattpad was a guest speaker. You know, Wattpad has been here. The partnership has been a big part of that. And I think that, you know, I know that work continues, and it's an exciting thing to see that people are still seeing Halifax as a great value proposition. So thank you. Just checking the notes here of who wants to speak. Thank you very much. Anything, last words, Wendy?
Just thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership in this and all of the time that you're giving to have the conversation about economic response and recovery. It's greatly appreciated, and I've received feedback from so many councillors as well. Thank you for your input and your continued support.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, and we're going to have the vote on that now. Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Stretch.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
Yes.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, the mute was delayed 60 seconds there. For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
For the motion.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhit.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For.
16-1.
That motion passes. Thank you, Wendy and Jacques. Councillor Smith, did you have a indicate you have a motion?
Yes.
Related
So
to this?
Yeah, I sent it to the clerks. I can put it in the chat if that helps as well. But it's related to the last comment that Councillor Mason made, and we also received correspondence from the bids as well, hoping that we could work with them directly to look at how we could close streets with support from the businesses as well when looking to open. So. Yeah, I sent it to Laura and the clerks. Oh, I should have sent it to you too, Cheryl. I can forward it to you really quickly. I'll put it in the chat just for now, and then I'll forward it to you. So the motion is request that the CEO delegate staff to work with the Business Improvement District to support development of the COVID-19 economic recovery downtown plan, specifically focusing on identifying streets and green spaces in the business improvement districts that could be closed to vehicular traffic for the summer.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded. I'm just going to ask Mr. Traves or Cheryl if this is an appropriate time to discuss that. And to some extent, it seems like it is similar to the motion of Councillor Cleary as we passed at the last meeting, part of it. But John, any thoughts on that?
Not offhand, Mayor and councillors. The challenge is if it is essentially the same motion that was defeated previously, then we would have to deal with it differently.
Motion was passed.
However, it is simply, I think, a direction to work with the bids, and so that is I think distinct from the past discussion.
Okay. The last motion was passed as well, though, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So but this is to have discussion with the bids. So I think it all aligns one with the other if the CAO has no objection.
Jacques?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. Certainly it's our intention to work with the bids and all and everyone involved in this conversation going forward. So, I can take it as a direction, but you have my assurance that will happen. We have working committee within City Hall, further to the motion that was adopted at the last meeting. We felt it was appropriate to get a committee going, get some work done as opposed to focusing on a staff report. Getting the work done would be important. And that work is now being led by Tanya Davis, and they have a communication strategy and a plan going forward. So certainly consistent with what we're going to be doing anyway. Thank you.
Okay. And in terms of bids, we have other business groups that aren't officially bids. We'd be talking to them as well, I assume, Jacques. Like the Bedford Business Association, Cole Harbour.
Absolutely, we'll be reaching out. As the team identifies, what we're going to be doing is identifying some priority actions right away. We'll do appropriate consultation with those who may have an interest in those priority actions and get their input and move on them very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, trouble with the mute button there. I just want to briefly say that, I think this is distinct from Councillor Cleary's motion from previously, because Councillor Cleary's motion was about the integrated mobility plans minimum grid, whereas this motion is very much about creating public spaces, kind of temporary pop-up ones in the downtowns with the bids. I know in talking with the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission, they're interested in the lower half of Portland Street, potentially a section on Prince, which we've closed in the past, about doing something creative there in the summer. And I don't know that a motion is truly required, given that the CEO is working on it, but I don't think it hurts anything either. Certainly the PSA that's just come out, I think, on this issue adds a lot of clarity that I think we were lacking in terms of communications on this whole temporary street thing. So I support the motion, but I'm also very encouraged based on what Jacques had to say in the presentation that we're going to be doing this work anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Sam touched on a fair bit of what I was going to say. I was concerned about your question as well, Mayor, that we look at more than just to consult with more than just the BIDs. And I've heard from Jacques that we will look at other groups as well. I wasn't sure that this motion was necessary, but fine, I'm happy to support it. And I think a number of us support the idea of restaurants being able to go further into sidewalks, to having open areas, whatnot. But my biggest concern was that it wasn't even so much cycling, it's that when we reopen, and people, I think, are not going to want to necessarily jump on transit, and we're going to see more people walking to and from work and school and university, whatnot. My concern was to some extent the widening of sidewalks for pedestrians. So we seem to be, we're going to be widening sidewalks for a lot of things. We're going to want, and roads, closing roads for bikes and walkers, but also wanting restaurants and things. So, we're going to have to go about this in a bit of an organized fashion. But I am quite concerned about the social distancing during walking as well. So I just want to make sure that that's part of this. I'm happy to support this if we think it's necessary, but we do need to certainly look at this in addition to the BIDs. Jacques, if you have any thoughts, that's great. But mine is more of the commuting as well as the helping the businesses with. Thank you.
Look, there's no doubt that we have to look at all of those items and come up with a priority list of actions and get those actions implemented. We'll consult and keep council informed consult with stakeholders and consult with folks as we move forward. To your point about busing and people are looking to get on transit, we don't expect a great uptick in public transit use once the restrictions become lifted. So we need to consider how people are actually going to get to work. Most people who are working in the core, for example, will likely be driving. Some will take bikes. Those are close proximity will be able to walk. Those kinds of things. So all that is being taken into account as we come up with a very strategic and action-oriented plan to address all of those items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just want to remind councillors, if you want to speak, don't text me. Go on the chat feature on Teams, unless you're having trouble there. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to, I'm definitely supporting Councillor Smith's motion. And remember, the motion actually doesn't ask for staff report. It says to direct the CAO to delegate staff to work with the bids. And I'm looking at the memo and the press release that went out. And actually, it talks about, keeping people and goods moving, frontline workers safe, delivery and pickup needs of restaurants, relieve crowded spaces, and clear messaging as it relates to transportation. But nowhere in there does it actually speak to what Councillor Smith's motion is, and that is helping our businesses, especially those in hospitality, be able to have customers and to be profitable. The margins are relatively low in restaurants already. And if they're only at 50, 60% capacity, then it's unlikely they're going to be profitable. So essentially, they're going to be operating at a negative economic situation. By allocating some spaces where appropriate, where necessary, and by working with the bids initially, it can help us learn lessons that we can roll out into other areas. So I'm more than happy to support this motion. I think it speaks to a slight gap we have in the current plan that the CAO proposed just earlier today. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum here. We're speaking as though COVID is over. The impression I'm getting is that we're planning for a best case scenario and discussing a best case scenario when in fact the World Health Organization, the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, the provincial public health officer are all saying that we have to be diligent, that we could be looking at a second wave, that in fact, between mutations and between all sorts of other things, and I want to be optimistic about this. I don't want to be, the naysayer in this, but there is nothing in the science that says that we are anywhere close to being through with this. There are huge business pressures to open things up, and they go counter to what I believe our primary function is, which is the safety and the health concerns of our residents. And I think we're way ahead of the game here. This is a whole lot different than what we were talking about with the presentation with Wendy Luther and our CAO Jacques about our plan of action. I can't support this. I don't want to see sidewalks opened up. I don't want to see restaurants opening up. I don't want to see people out there until we get a vaccine. Now, I know we're optimistic. It looks like The British are moving ahead very, very quickly, and the latest scientific reports I'm hearing, and this is very optimistic, that we may be seeing a vaccine sometime in the fall, maybe in the early winter. And they're doing human trials already. And the epidemiologists, Nobel Prize winning epidemiologists out of Australia, are quite optimistic about it. But I think we're way, way in advance of this. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the CAO for your advice on this. I'm pleased to see that we are going to be consulting with the business improvement districts. I think that the motion almost contradicts the presentation that we just had from the partnership and their plans that we've agreed on for how to roll out our reopening and our get back to growth. I'm going to follow the CAO's advice on this item, which is basically identical to Councillor Cleary's from last time we met, and I voted against it that time, and I'm going to vote against it this time. And thank you to the CAO for your guidance on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Somebody's asking if the motion is listed in the chat by Councillor Smith at 10:12. Councillor Karsten. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That darn mute button gets us every time, right? So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will support this. I think as we move towards recovery, we're not instigating or initiating this for tomorrow or next week. I think it deserves a good look, and certainly the bids are positioned well to be able to advise and give us some direction as to where this may work. We're getting a little bit of a conflicting dialogue here as well, though, Mr. Mayor, in terms of whether or not it does require a staff report. So I would ask for clarification on that. In reality, look, I'm going to support it. This motion is a little bit piggybacking on another motion that under normal circumstances I might question, but I'll leave that for what it may. The thing I would ask is to consider, folks, as we approve this, is how do we do this without then disadvantaging some restaurants, some businesses that may not be on quote unquote Main Street. I think in terms of there's no bid, for example, in the Fisherman's Cove of Eastern Passage. I think of lots of restaurants that are on the side streets. We're getting into something here that, even though the intention is good, it is going to disadvantage, in my opinion, some people. So let's keep that in mind as we look at where this may work. And again, as I say, I look forward to first maybe hearing if this does require a staff report or the CAO. And I'd be fine with the CAO just being able to go away and do this work with the bids. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacques, you wanted to speak to it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I would sort of qualify my comments in the email or the memo that was sent to you earlier today, and I think it does mention in the email to you, but the memo that Mr. Anguish sent around, I do want to reinforce the fact that whatever we do will be following the advice of public health. So that's the number one driver for us. We won't be doing anything unless we have clearance from Dr. Strang and his team around any of this, right? And we will be looking at the question of fairness that Councillor Carson has pointed out. We'll also be looking at what comes first. What are the priority areas, and what are the things that include, in terms of the usage of the right-of-way, the streets, and those kind of things. And yes, closures will be contemplated in certain areas where it makes some sense, but that will all be done under the auspices of direction from public health. We're also, as a separate piece, and this is back to Councillor Curry's comment about, what are we going to do to help some of those businesses? Well, one of the things that's separate and apart from the memo that was sent out earlier today is the notion of patios and the expansion of patios beyond what they would normally be permitted to do. So in some areas of the city, we'll be able to allow larger patios to encroach on neighbors, for example, where neighbors can agree. So those are the kinds of things we'll be looking at. And we fully understand the fact that when restaurants open up, they will probably only be opening at 50% capacity. Those who have patios may be able to get to close to 100% capacity, depending on the physical circumstances they're under. If in fact we ever allow, council ever allows the use of public spaces for commercial purposes, that's a conversation we'll have with council and have specific analysis on that. We cannot simply go out on our own and provide support to businesses that would discriminate against others. In fact, as you all know, we're not allowed under the charter to provide any advantage to a business financially or otherwise, unless it's covered in the charter in some fashion. So that's what I'd like to mention, Mr. Mayor, is we're looking at all of these issues, and but obviously we're going to be looking at hotspots first. We know we have hotspots on Spring Garden Road, for example, some parts of Roby, some parts of Quinpool. There's other hotspots that will emerge, I'm sure, as the economy starts to open up, and we'll only be able to react to this really. What the other driver will be as the economy opens up. We need to predict when that is. We need to understand when that is, and what Dr. Strang and his team will actually allow to happen. So we don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction to this. We want to have a planned exercise. Looking at we'd assemble the brightest minds of HRM staff to look at this, led by Tanya Davis, and we'll be bringing back solutions after appropriate consultation with a variety of stakeholders externally, and communicate those measures to council before we actually undertake them. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Traves, did you want to jump in?
Well, just to Councillor Carson's question and building on what the CEO said, whatever happens with respect to streets and green spaces is up to council. So, in terms of the Councillor Smith's request to work on a plan, that will have to come back to council, and that will be the subject of a report.
Okay. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. We have had a number of instances since the virus hit, since the state of emergency was declared, where we shut everything down. And most of the questions that came back were people wanting to be able to go for walks in their neighborhood. They couldn't if they had to drive there. They wanted to go into the parks and the trails that were adjacent to their neighborhood. They couldn't because we had them closed. And there was a lot of confusion, and there were a lot of questions that were generated because of that. And I think opening up spaces to allow for people to be able to get out and socialize but not socialize, be near people but not within the 6 feet distance, follow all of the measures of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, all of the public safety measures, but still allow people to be able to get out and take advantage of this time when there might be less traffic and there might be more opportunities for people to, again, socialize without socializing. And so I am absolutely going to be supporting this motion because I think people getting back in touch with other people is going to be one of the things that is absolutely necessary from what we're doing and as from a recovery plan. If we don't have a solid social community, we won't have much of a community. So I absolutely will be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a caution on all this, don't make it harder to get downtown by closing off a whole lot of streets. I just caution you to be careful. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this whole discussion is a moving target, isn't it? Several of our colleagues mentioned that the motion that's now in front of us is a little consistent with what we just passed relating to the partnerships presentation. I always kind of thought that if a motion was to come forward, there was supposed to be notice of motion. Now we're kind of on the fly. There are those wanting to open quicker. There are those wanting to hold back. I find myself in the middle, and the whole discussion is becoming very ambiguous. So as it relates specifically to what it is we're voting on right now, I'd just like clarity. Is Councillor Smith asking for a report for Jacques to speak with the business improvement districts, which I'm sure he's doing anyway, which is happening, or is this something different? Just clarification, please.
Why don't we go to Mr. Traves and get the clarification, John?
Just waiting, wait for my microphone there. The motion, as I read it, which was posted in the chat, is essentially a direction to work with the business improvement districts to support the development of a plan. And so obviously that plan then would have to come back to council for a deliberation. So it would end up in a staff report. Does this flow from the presentation today from the partnership? I believe that it likely does, in the sense of the conversation flowing out of that and the work with the bids. And so it's hard to say that a notice would be required in the circumstances, frankly.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, John, for the clarification. That being the case, I support no different than anyone wanting to get things back to normal, whatever normal is, as soon as possible. I also reflect on Councillor Zarowski's comments, and we've seen several jurisdictions around the world that maybe did react a little too quickly. Now they're seeing the ramifications. So I'm not against the motion. I believe that we do have to start working in that direction. I feel a little bad a couple of weeks ago when Councillor Cleary brought up something very, very similar, and maybe it was knee-jerk on my part or others to quickly vote down moving in that direction. But the will of council was that we did move in that direction. So all in all, this is a complicated situation, but I think in this case I will support Jacques working, and albeit at the same time, being very cautious relating to health advisories. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason? You on mute, Councillor Mason, or are you having trouble with the...
I can't get it to come off. Help.
We got you.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Yeah, the control bar went away and wouldn't come back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think signals are important, right? Signals from council to our staff and also to the business community to show that we listen and we're responding. We have a clear request from the business improvement districts that this is something they want to see action on, and us signaling that we're going to do that through this motion, I think, is really important and respectful of those important community leaders. I think the key to any success here, whether it's in an area that has a BID or if it's somewhere else, I'll use an example. Barrington are on Coburg. Coburg Social asked whether or not the city would be open to closing off the parking adjacent to their coffee shop on Henry Street so that they could set up bistro tables and chairs. Now, under our rules, if we did that, we already allow you to put out chairs during the day and take them in at night without any kind of license, as long as you're not blocking the sidewalk. That's already in our rules. So if we can create more space in the middle of Argyle Street or in the middle of Granville Street for non-licensed sales, potentially multiple restaurants could participate in creating those spaces to help them inside space. So I think those are the kind of things that we need to look at, that kind of creativity. The big issue, though, is that I don't think this is putting the cart before the horse. For us to have this conversation right now is appropriate, given that the earliest that phase 2 is likely to start and restaurants are going to start to reopen for seated service is, and I hate to say this because it's kind of crushing, 42 to 56 days from now, based on what Dr. Strang is saying. It's phase 2 happens after phase 1, 28 days after phase 1 starts, and phase 1 hasn't started yet. So we're talking about doing the work now to be ready for when that is able to happen. And so I will support the motion. I think it's the right time to do this, and I thank Councillor Smith for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question is going to be in regards to how is this any different from the motion that was passed last meeting? This may be more refined and focused on the downtown business improvement district areas, but as I stated last time, doing this, these are going to become COVID hotspots. I think you're going to have a gravitation of these areas, which may be problematic. I think Councillor Zarowski is right on this particular matter. In regards, might be premature here. My concern, though, is there's only 2 or 3 places we can do this. We already got Argyle Street you can close off easy enough. You can do this, the bottom end of Portland Street, downtown Dartmouth, easy enough. There might be you're going to push out on the sidewalks on the Spring Garden Road, pushing people out on the street to walk on the sidewalks of Spring Garden Road. And you got the Granville Mall, which you can, it's already a pedway, pedestrian way. So I really can't see where this is going to help. We have Barrington Street. Where are you going to extend Barrington Street out to? You can't. There's a major corridor for the bus routes and everything else. I can't see you. Let's just start blocking off 1 or 2 of the side streets, but I would have to see specifically where that can be done. I think the motion of last week that did pass should be sufficient. If they want to focus first on the bid areas, so be it. But I think it might be premature to go with this particular motion at this particular time until the public health gives us the authority or gives us the ability to allow for gatherings of more than 5 and restaurants to reopen and stuff. I think it's going to be some time yet, and I think the present motion this passed is sufficient. I find this motion to be somewhat redundant or maybe a refinement of the previous motion of last meeting. Perhaps the solicitor could clarify that.
Yeah, we've already asked the solicitor. I asked at the beginning if this was a relevant motion, if it was a duplicate, and the ruling was it was not. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll try to keep this brief. The virus, the COVID virus, doesn't really care about our plans. And to say that we'll roll out a certain plan for phase 1 and another plan for phase 2 and another plan for phase 3 is great if you're looking at it from a business proposition and you're looking at various input from various sectors over which we have control. Unfortunately, we don't have control over this at all. And my worry is that we send a bad message out. We send messages out to people that by doing this, by planning for a sunny day where the sunshine comes out and everything's fine and we get to socialize or try to normalize things as much as we can, we're actually going to be reinfecting people. My family is immune compromised. And that means that if we get an uptick and if we get sick, then our likelihood of awful things from this virus is there. And I know many others who are in the same position. Do I want restaurants to be able to follow the plan that Councillor Smith has? Absolutely. There's nothing in me that wants to stifle our business, but our primary function is the health and potential health of things. And we've been lucky so far. Through a roll of dice where we're virtually an island, and the fact that we didn't have, so far in the first wave, communication of this disease between individuals doesn't mean we're not going to get it. And then the last part of this is, staff is already looking at this through the Halifax partnership. We're looking at the short, the medium, and the long-term changes that we can make that are beneficial to the functioning of the financial health of our businesses. And I think this is just another proposal, another request for a staff report, another thing that makes us think, oh, we're fine. We saw what happened in the parks as soon as they opened up.
We had people climbing all over each other. And probably in 2 weeks, we're going to see the results of that. So again, I would urge my colleagues to rethink this. This isn't anti-business. What this is absolutely pro-health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we got a little off track here with great intentions. I mean, we have absolutely no say. We found out 15 minutes before the Parks and Trails opened from the province that they were going to open. And we have absolutely no say on when we are going to see downtown open, when restaurants are going to open, when transit restrictions could be changed, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what we're trying to do, and I think we've seen this today through Wendy's presentation, previous things from, and now with what Lindell is looking for, is we're just trying to be ready. I mean, we can debate whether things should be opened or not. We can debate whether it's healthy or not, and there's plenty of good arguments on both sides. But we know right now that we will find out probably on TV when things are going to be relaxed, and we're going to have to be prepared for them. And I think we are going to have to try and help businesses in any way we can. And we're also going to have to be prepared for the reality that people aren't instantly going to jump back on transit, being within 2 inches of each other, standing on a bus to go to work. They're going to bike, they're going to walk, they're going to drive, etc. So I think we're heading in the right track with everything I've seen today, but I think we're getting bogged down on the ethics of when and how we should open, when we will have no say. We will be told a few minutes before it happens, and we've got to be prepared. And I think that's what we're looking to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to commend Councillor Austin. He's taken himself off the list. What he wanted to say has been said. Nicely said, Councillor Austin. I'm going to let Lindell close. I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anybody who wanted to speak on it. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize this would take so long. So, really quickly, this is in response to correspondence we got from all the bids of HRM, which includes downtown Dartmouth, downtown Halifax, Northern Halifax, Porters Lake, Quinpool Road, Sackville Drive, Spring Garden areas, Bryfield, Village on Main. So this, and maybe the word I should have changed in the motion where it says COVID-19 recovery Main Street and downtown plan to because that is already being worked on in partnership with the Halifax partnership. So this is maybe as a quick amendment, we'll change the request the CAO to delegate staff to work with the business improvement districts to support the development of the COVID-19 recovery Main Streets and downtown plans. That might help as well with some of the confusion, because this isn't a new plan thank you, friendly. This isn't a new plan. This is continuing the support that's already been outlined, but as Councillor Cleary and others have outlined, really making sure that we focus specifically on how we can look at green spaces in other areas that can be closed in line with public health orders. We nowhere in this conversation, I think anyone has said that we want businesses to open tomorrow. I think that we've all understand how important it is for us to adhere by public health orders. And if public health says that business should not be doing this within whatever days, I think we all would support it reluctantly. But I think we're at a place where we support what our public health is doing for the safety of our residents. So really, I didn't think that this would be this long a discussion. And the reason why it's related to today, because two of the discussions that we had are pieces in the moving forward. Number 20, temporary adapt transportation networks in high pedestrian areas where feasible to respond to provincial health directives, which we have a memo. And number 29 as well, which is to work with the bids to restore these areas. So that's why I felt it was necessary to do it at this time while we're having this discussion. And I'll call for the question, and I'm sorry we took so much time on this.
Okay, Councillor Nicol on clarification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I just want to echo what you said at the beginning of this long debate on this subject with creating a plan. You had mentioned that it would include people or businesses that are on main streets that are not established business improvement district. So is that understood by staff going forward, because it's not reflected in the motion?
I think Mr. Dubé indicated that it was understood. Jacques? CAO?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear the question.
The question is just to confirm that it's not just the bids that will be consulted, but other business associations and organizations?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Call for
All
the
right,
question.
Let's go to the question, Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Against.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
I hate to jump in, but Tony, you're sharing your screen.
Councillor
Thank you.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For the motion.
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Surowski,
Yet.
Councillor Whitman,
Against.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion?
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Oated,
For the motion?
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion?
So that's 13 in favor and 4 against.
Motion carries 13-4. Colleagues, we've been at this for an hour and almost 50 minutes. I'm going to propose we take a short break, let people stretch their legs and perhaps change their pajamas and come back at, let's say, 11 o'clock on the dot. We'll come back at 11 o'clock Atlantic time.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have your halo above you today, Mike.
No.
Just a reminder that we're still live.
It's 11 o'clock. And so Laura, are you producing us today, Laura?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Have we got most of the folks back online, or?
All members of council are have rejoined the meeting, yes.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue, colleagues. We have information items brought forward from last council meeting. 7.1 is progress report on the conveyance of 1588 Barrington Street. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage, and hopefully staff is available to give us an update on this real estate file.
Okay, did you have a question?
Sure, I wasn't sure if they wanted to maybe present to us. I have specific questions if I knew who I'm speaking with.
Well, it was an information report, so you go ahead with your questions. Mr. Fisher is with us, I think. Bruce Fisher, are you with us?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Savage. Good morning, Bruce. Wondering if you could let us know how we got here, how this got to where we are today, what the plans are for the society, if they've changed, if they're on track, what the next steps are on this file, details of the buyback agreement, when it could be triggered, what could trigger this, the amount it would be bought back at, and generally an update on if this file is proceeding as agreed upon or if it's in jeopardy.
So, Your Worship, this file goes back a number of years. There was a decision made by council to sell the Khyber building to the society, and included in that was a 2-year buyback agreement. I'd have to step back and take a look at that. Typically with the buyback agreement, you're buying it back for what you sold it for, plus the value of any improvements. It's a 2-year buyback agreement. So what that essentially means is that as of November 30th, which is 2 years from the date of closing, council would have the right to buy that back. That would be, and that's permissive. Council doesn't have to act, doesn't have to buy that back. We would not be bringing back any recommendations per se on a buyback agreement till after those 2 years are basically through, unless there was some additional direction from council. So that essentially gives you the high level of what's changed. I think you also asked what has changed per se. I think if you go back to the August 13th and previous information reports, what you'll see is that there has been some changes on the society's behalf in terms of the amount of fundraising they were seeking. They're seeking less fundraising, more government assistance, and they are looking apparently at changing their plan in terms of the renovations, but we haven't received any specific concept plans or directions as to how they would do that. The next step will be June 18th. They have to file another update, and then November 30th would be the date after which council could, if it wished, consider a buyback.
Okay, thank you for the background and the update. So you mentioned that they have applied to do less fundraising on their own and to request more government assistance. I'm wondering if that changes anything as far as our relationship with them and with this agreement, and if they're meeting their obligations and what they committed to doing in the meantime.
Well, I guess they don't require our permission to change the mix of the fundraising and the government subsidies. I think council gave them 2 years to try to take their plan and make it work, and that appears to be what they're trying to do. So that's not a difficulty. I think our interest is seeing that the building is actually preserved, that it doesn't remain vacant, and that it remains in good shape. So and they've been given 2 years to do that. They're within that time frame. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one final question. So what would trigger that buyback after November 30th for $1? What would have to happen for that to become?
Well, that would be the decision of council after November 30th. If they wanted to, if council wished to buy it back, we would bring back a final staff report on the issue. CAO might make a recommendation one way or the other, and then it would really be up to council to decide.
Thank you. And in the meantime, staff or CAO aren't willing to comment on the progress or if this is on track, not until November 30th date has been met?
Well, I think the information report speaks to itself. We try to go through the various measures that, they're reporting on in terms of where they are. Obviously, the big thing for the society is that they need to actually have approval from senior levels of government on funding. We've decided on our funding, so they're waiting on provincial and senior levels of government, and they need to have progress on fundraising. So I think the report speaks to itself in terms of those measures.
Thank you. The report almost snuck by as an information item and is only here today because I got it on the agenda. So I realize it speaks to itself, but what I wanted is it to speak to the public that are going to be, on the hook for this, going for $1 to these folks. So it's the public that I wanted to hear your response, and I appreciate that today. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and that report was the last meeting, and I believe it was a public information report, Bruce, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on that, we'll move to 7.2, which is also an information item brought forward. Councillor Whitman, HRM Public Safety Strategy Update. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. So similarly, if someone on staff can give us an update on this important piece of work to let us know what the report says, since the public is tuning in.
So I'm not sure who's here. Amy, is it Amy Siciliano?
That's correct, yep.
So, I mean, the report is an update. Do you have a specific question on it, Councillor Whitman? It's quite extensive.
Yes, it is. So maybe just Amy can just tell us what she wants us and the public to know, since you have our attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Certainly the information report was designed to update you and the public on the work that's happened over the past year in terms of the progress of the strategy. So if I can back up just a little bit, last year was the first year for the annual report to council, and what that report did was identify all of the areas we are working in with regard to each of the 76 actions in the public safety strategy. And it also provided us for an opportunity to look at where our strengths were, where the gaps were, and how each of our actions or initiatives were addressing the crime prevention spectrum. So out of that, last year, and which I highlighted in the report that you have in front of you, I worked on developing some priority areas for action. So we were able to secure funding for one of our big projects, which is community mobilization teams through the Department of Justice. So that enabled us to move from a pilot in one community to now operating in 3 communities. And the community mobilization teams are designed to work in partnership with residents to prevent, prepare, and respond to critical incidents that happen in communities. And we focused our areas of work with communities that we know are more vulnerable to crime and victimization. The second piece, which came out of a small rise in police reported crime around sexual violence, that in large part has been attributed to a more willingness of women to report sexual violence. And so we joined the UN Women's Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces program last year to help strengthen the work that we do both within the municipality and with our partners to respond to sexual violence against women and girls in our shared public spaces. So that program was launched last year, and we've started the implementation for that. The other piece is around substance misuse, and we know from the research that alcohol and other substances show very strong correlation to instances of crime and victimization. And so a drug strategy that the development of a drug strategy, which was approved by a report that went to council last year, is another piece that I'm working on to help strengthen the work that we do both within the municipality, but also with our partners to create a more coordinated approach to how we respond to substance misuse in our communities. So those are there's one more piece in the report, and that's the Community Safety and Wellbeing Index. This came out of the research that we did in the first year that really, showed that we need to be able to monitor, first understand and also monitor what we're doing in our communities in terms of all the different ways that we can impact or promote community safety and well-being. So I'm working with Dalhousie University on the development of a prototype that will allow us to better understand what we're doing in communities, understand some of the risk factors that contribute to crime and victimization, and try and look at ways that we can target our resources to make sure that we're using them in the most effective and efficient way possible. So that was the kind of update from my office, and then of course the report itself talks about the work that we are doing across the municipality, highlighting some key initiatives within each of the priority areas of the public safety strategy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Savage. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for taking the opportunity to share publicly some of your successes. I think it's important to highlight those. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Councillor Karsten.
That mic almost got me again. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Amy, for the information report. I'm just curious, did you get any inquiries on this report, like from the media or anyone?
No, I have not.
Okay. Any inquiries from any councillors?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I really truly think we need to change the rules around information reports. They are online, they're totally public, and unless the councillor has something to add to the report in terms of clarification, this is a public document. It's councillor's opportunity, of course, to bring anything forward. I grant that, but quite frankly, I don't see the purpose of having to put staff in a spot to repeat virtually everything that's already in the information report. So thank you, Amy. Appreciate you being here. Have a great day.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to, I guess, echo a little bit of what Councillor Karsten said. And it's not so much we need to change our rules. Actually, the rules are in place, and I know as a chair of our meeting, Mr. Mayor, you're very liberal in the way you conduct the meetings, but we do actually have a section on our agenda for presentations in section 6, and information items brought forward are for specific questions, and I don't feel it's fair to staff to put them on the spot. That this is a public document made available to the public 2 weeks ago, that we should, as much as possible, try to adhere to the rules we already have in place. And I appreciate Councillor Whitman's desire to have it, I guess, even more public. But after 7 years on council, you'd think he'd sort of know the rules a little bit better. So if maybe there's a motion that comes at some point in time where information reports could be made on audio so that they're recorded so councillors can listen to them instead of reading them, that might be appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, for one, I did appreciate the opportunity to have this document come to light in more of a public forum. I think it's very important. This is a report that came out from our previous task force studies on violence in the community and everything else, and the public safety is one of the strategies. I'd like to ask Amy, in regards to, since this report come out, we've also dealt with the issue of COVID in the various communities, and perhaps she could elaborate a bit more of how she's been able to work with our community health teams in regards to trying to address some of the public health issues we're currently experiencing.
Certainly, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. I have been working closely throughout the pandemic with Erica Fleck to ensure that the communities that we are connected with are receiving the public health messaging in a way that's meaningful to them. Through our community mobilization teams, we are also doing bi-monthly check-ins where we just do a check-in with the community to see how they're feeling, and if the messaging that's coming from public health is reaching them, if there's things that we can do to enhance or change the messaging so that people in communities are receptive to it. So there's a few communities that I'm working in with that goal in mind.
Well, I could say thank you very much for the community who've been serving in my particular district. It's been greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage, and thank you, Amy, for the opportunity to speak. To Councillor Cleary and Councillor Karsten, I know in Councillor Cleary's short 3 years on council, he knows the rules as well as the rest, and any councillor can bring an information report. I have one on next week's agenda as well regarding some tendering documents. And sometimes one councillor might put it on the agenda and others want to speak to it, and that's perfectly according to the rules. And thank you, Mayor Savage, for following the rules and dealing with councillors like Councillor Cleary and Karsten. Thank you.
Okay, I would just like to remind all of our colleagues that this may be virtual, but we are in public, and just conduct yourself, everybody, no comments when other people are speaking. And you know, just on this, I did ask Councillor Whitman on both of these cases if he had a specific issue, because the reports were fairly detailed. As far as I know, he's within his rights to do that, to bring it forward, and we've done that. So seeing
Thank
no
you, Mayor
other
Savage. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, we can move to the beginning of our agenda. Under reports, item 8, just as if I could, just for a second, colleagues. So it's 11:15. I'm proposing we go till 12:15 and come back at 1 o'clock. I think that's enough time for lunch. I would ask, what I would like to do, and we had discussed this briefly at agenda review, is that we're going to finish up this afternoon at the latest at 4:30. We have booked some time tomorrow in the afternoon to continue discussion. So, and my proposal would be that we go through the council agenda before we begin the budget discussion, committee of the whole on the budget. So that's my plan. If people have an issue with it, certainly you can feel free to let me know, but that would be my plan, that we deal with the council agenda. We can add other budget meetings. There may be some next week as well. So that's where we are. Cheryl.
Just indicate that may mean that the budget meeting does not begin at 1 o'clock.
Right, just so that may not mean we're going to do, if we break at 12:15 and we're not finished council, we'll come back to council. That's what I'm saying. Are people fine with 30 minutes for lunch?
Sure.
Okay, then let's go to 12:30 and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Maybe people want to go stretch their legs, which is a good idea. So we'll go to 12:30 then and come back at 1. So thank you for the feedback I've seen on the chat. 8.1.1, increase to contract, Stantec Consulting, Geotech Service. This was on consent and has been bought off the consent. Who would wish to move that?
Councillor Cleary here, Mr. Mayor. This is in District 9, so I'll move that Halifax Regional Council authorize an increase to the purchase order number 2070820506 for changes to the contracted scope of work in the amount of $21,639 net, HST included, with funding from project number CB000011, St. Andrews Community Center, outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated April 14, 2020.
Second, Zarowski.
Seconded by Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Cleary, anything on it?
Just that the staff report speaks for itself. So Stantec originally went in to do some geotechnical analysis. The materials that were in the ground there under the old St. Andrews School, which became the St. Andrews Community Center, weren't suitable to place the footings and foundation on, so they had to do some extra testing and work, and which apparently resulted in extra savings because they could reuse some of the material even though it required compaction. So spending a little bit of money to save a little bit of money.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. I'm glad to see this on the agenda. If staff could update us on where we are on this project financially, if we're on track or above budget on this one, please.
Who do we have? John McPherson, perhaps?
Yes, John McPherson, Manager of Corporate Facility Design and Construction.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. The project is currently tracking on budget, and we anticipate we'll finish the project right around budget or a little bit below.
And what is that budget, please, John?
The budget in the account is 1.38 million. Sorry, 11.38 million.
And is that a revised budget, or is that the original budget?
That's the amount approved by council through the capital budget process.
And the original budget amount, sorry?
I don't have that number available at the moment.
I think it was about 5 million though, correct?
Originally, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, when the project was originally scoped a number of years ago, it was based on a renovation of the school, the former school building, which proved not to be a viable way forward for the programming that needs to be delivered. So the budgets were subsequently increased through the capital budget process.
Okay, thanks. So I won't be supporting it because we're so far over budget on this one, and there's no end in sight for what it's going to cost. So I won't be able to support it. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
I'm opposed.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhit.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
16-1.
One dissenting vote, the motion passes. Colleagues, we'll move to 8.1.2 Boulevard Gardening, and I'll go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the motion. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 7, the Transportation Standing Committee Terms of References of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare the necessary bylaw and administrative order amendments to permit the placement of boulevard gardens in the HRM public right-of-way based on the guidelines outlined in the staff report dated February 13th, 2020.
Second by Mancini.
I heard Councillor Mancini. I'll go with that one. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. And I want to thank staff for the work that went into this. I'd spent a fair bit of time poking around like they did in what other cities have done in terms of restrictions and guidelines on boulevard gardening. And I think what the staff have come up with is a very reasonable, good place to land. It's not overly restrictive, but it's not overly permissive either. Personally, I think it's in the sweet spot. I mean, we certainly don't want people installing permanent structures out there or anything like that. So generally, I'm very happy with the work that's been done. I did have 3 questions for staff, if there's someone available who can do this.
Who do we have? Is it Chris Davis?
Yes, I'm on the line, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for being available today. The 3 questions I had, I was curious about the part about the guidelines about paid parking, not allowing that. I'm assuming we're not meaning residential parking where you pay for a permit, that we're referencing basically places where we currently have meters or there'd be pay machines.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's correct. We're really focused on the areas where there would be a lot of foot traffic crossing that boulevard to get to the pay stations.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure we were not capturing residential permit parking in that mix. The 1 meter separation from a tree, I'm assuming that's coming from urban forestry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yeah, that came out of the internal consultations, and we're very cognizant of the fact that we don't want to be interrupting, or inhibiting the growth of trees and disrupting areas that where the root mass is.
Okay, that's one that, I mean, I can live with it either way. I do note that in some other cities, you see, I mean, the place where you've got the tree growing is basically becomes almost a planter where people then have perennials growing around the base of it. So, but it's not. I'm not fussed too much. I can yield on that one to urban forestry. The other piece is more of a suggestion as you guys prepare the guidelines, and I don't think we need to incorporate this into the administrative order. It's about a significant chunk of this actually. There's an ecological perspective where the movement out of Seattle called pollinator pathways, where you create additional habitat in the city in a linear sort of way by introducing biodiversity on the boulevards. There's nothing in our report that references any of that. I think when we are drafting the actual guideline for citizens, it would be nice to put some sort of reference in there, encouragement for native species, that sort of thing. Because there's a potential here to to also do some work on that. So other than that, colleagues, I think this is a very good place to land. This brings a lot of clarity to a situation that's been basically a gray zone, where some people say you're allowed, some people say you're not. If you call 311, you might get depending on the day, you might get a different answer than if you call the next day. So I think that these guidelines are definitely worthwhile, and I want to thank staff for the time and effort that went into this, and I encourage you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I do like the report. I was very surprised how in depth they were with all the exceptions in the about where to plant and not to plant. But the question I would have, those similar to Councillor Austin, when it comes to trees, our problem is a lot of our curved areas are close to trees areas, so we're going to be excluding a lot of areas. So if we're looking at possible allowing low growth perennials that come up every year, I don't see that be a problem with trees. I'm more concerned. You talked about digging up root systems. I think that's more of an issue with annuals and stuff. My other concern would be the possible. I hate to see any pesticides, insecticides, or herbicides used. I know there's a prohibited right now, but the question is there may be from time to time infestations where they may be required. So I'm kind of concerned about how that may affect our biodiversity, especially having those kind of chemicals along the sidewalks where people could be exposed to. The other question I have in regards to this is just a questioning of boulevard gardening. When I hear the definition boulevard, that's just a curved area. What about those areas in parts of Halifax and Dartmouth where we have separated green spaces, for instance, the north end in the Hydrostone area of Halifax, we got green open spaces on the streets between the houses. Is that considered a boulevard? And since it's the quiet street, not the heavy traffic like Connaught Avenue, would they be allowed to put community gardens or something in their sites, or would that be a different application on parkland?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll try to address the questions, in the order they were asked. So there was a comment, a passing comment about the tree systems again. So I can perhaps discuss this a little bit further with urban forestry and get some more information back, because I'm not the expert specifically on that matter. However, one of the other things that did come up in our conversation had to do not only with, whether or not people would be digging up the tree roots, but also anybody adding soil mass around the tree trunk is also a big concern to urban forestry. So, we will continue to do a little bit more work on that, and it will certainly be well explained in our guidelines. In the interim, if there's any specific information, we'll make sure that we get that as needed. With respect to herbicides and pesticides, our intention with this is not to make any exceptions to the current prohibitions that are there. So all of the rules that are still in play would stay in play, so that herbicides and pesticides that are currently not allowed to be used in the municipality would not be permitted to be used in that space. And finally, the question about the boulevards in the Hydrostone area and that sort of configuration. The boulevard gardening report and the intention of this, the space that we would like to open up for citizens to use is really the space between curbs and sidewalks. So spaces that are in sort of the middle boulevards of streets, those sorts of areas are not really the intention of this this permissive piece of legislation that we're contemplating. Would really be focused on just the areas between the curbs and the sidewalks, where currently that space is sodded and expected to be maintained by the abutting property owner.
Just one other question. Would they be allowed, I saw the exclusion of rocks and structures and stuff, but would they be allowed to put, for instance, patio pavers in if they don't want to get rid of the grass altogether and put a patio brick pattern down instead and have more of a hard surface? Would that be a permitted use?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, again, the focus really here is to encourage people to do plantings, not to add a lot of hard surfacing. As part of the reason why we're really focused on what types of plants and those sorts of things we'd be permitting in the heights, as opposed to adding a lot of hardscaping. In fact, in our guidelines, as we've laid them out here in the report, we're suggesting that we would be not allowing additional hardscaping. It does, add other complications with respect to stormwater runoff and several other items as well. We're really trying to keep the, the softscape as a softscape, but just allowing people to use it a little bit differently than they're currently doing today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Austin for bringing this forward. I know it started on Tulip Street with tulips, and now there's much more than just tulips that can be planted in the right of way. So I just, I think anyone who knows me knows that I'm a gardener, and I think I started with bulbs. But I wanted to ask with regards to some points of clarification as to I also plant or put planters along Cole Harbour Road between the sidewalk and the curb because of the limitations. You can't plant trees, there's not enough room. So the planters became a solution, which is very welcomed by many residents every year, and I continue to do that. But because they're temporary, it's my understanding that they will still continue to be permitted because they are removed for winter, during the winter clearance. So that was one question. The other one is, as we're going more into traffic calming and we are creating traffic medians in some places, and right now we're not really sure what we're going to put on them, but for safety reasons, grass is not a solution because it requires mowing. on a regular basis. So I'm hoping that this is not going to limit what can be put in as plants in those regard. And to Councillor Hensby's point, it might be a hard surface that needs to be put there because they are islands and you're putting people at risk to maintain them. So there are many plants and ground covers that are low maintenance, even lower than grass itself. So I'm hoping that will be explored. I want to acknowledge Chris Poole because I checked with him to make sure he provided input as our horticulturist as to what could be done. But there's also a piece in here that I would like clarified, because it says that no gardens are to be placed in the right of way where there are no sidewalks. And so I'm guilty. I'll say it now. I have gardens in the right of way. I don't have a sidewalk. So I think that, that could create some confusion with people with regards to, we have many plants and trees in the right of way. Some of them are our urban forestry trees.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Again, a series of 3 questions. I'll try to answer them in the order they were asked. So first, you asked about the planters, the temporary planters that are put out in the street today, and the intention is not to change what's allowed from that perspective. There are a number of business improvement district areas and a few other special areas where temporary planters are installed. Those are very thoroughly reviewed by staff, as I'm sure you're very well aware. And we are very clear on who is responsible to install them, maintain them, those sorts of things throughout the year, and they are removed at the end of the year. The intention is not to change any of that.
Okay.
To segue from that one into the other question you had about the traffic medians, there's kind of a common theme in both of those answers, where this report is really focused on setting out the guidelines that for our citizens to actually do the planting. When we think about some of the areas where we have plantings today in medians, I'm going to highlight a couple just off the top of my head, like on Wise Road in Dartmouth, as well as Alderney Drive in Dartmouth. There are plantings there, but they're actually installed by municipal staff. So in those particular cases, in plantings in the street, we just kind of felt that it wasn't an appropriate place for us to encourage the citizens, the abutting residents, to go out into the street and start planting that when they're going to be much more exposed to the traveled way and the traffic, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Whereas the areas between the curb and the sidewalk are far more accessible to the abutters, and that sort of area can be improved with the safety of citizens in mind. So hopefully that answers the first 2 items, and then the last one about where the report suggests there should be no gardens in areas where there's no sidewalks. That came about through some conversation that we had with respect to trying to, one, maintain some space on the side of the road should someone feel like they don't want to walk on the paved surface. Okay. They want to walk adjacent to the street. But again, this is part of the reason why we're here today, is to get some feedback from council. Should it be decided that maybe that one we need to take a second look at and change the guideline before we come forward with the actual final result, we can certainly take that direction and that feedback and go back and have further discussions internally before bringing the actual administrative order to council for final consideration. So that's where we landed, because we wanted to ensure that we had that pedestrian space. The other challenge with allowing gardens to come from the private property and go toward the street, the other challenge with that is if we are going to be adding a sidewalk, it means that we will probably end up having to dig up a section that maybe residents have had for, just recently as a result of this guidance, or maybe they've had them for years. But the space that's about 1.5 meters from the curb, should we have enough space there, that's where we would kind of focus to put the sidewalk. So we kind of be bisecting that garden. Again, This is just more to try and prevent these conflicts for planning for future sidewalks. Perhaps council would like us to reconsider these areas, and we can definitely take that feedback should that be the case.
But this is a bylaw which will require public input as well. So there's, so that could come up in the discussions with the public. I'm fine with the way it is, but that is one bylaw that we have now where people are required to maintain the right of way that might need to have some public awareness to it, because I don't think that people really realize. I know I explain the right of way to residents all the time. They feel it's their property and you have no right to come and do anything on it. So that being said, I guess I'll leave it to the internal discussion that continues to be had before it comes to council and continues on the bylaw process. But thank you for clarifying that this is more about giving guidelines to residents who wish to work in the right of way, and not necessarily other situations where the municipality might be called to task or to question as to how they behave in the right of way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report. The report was very, very well written and very direct, and again, starting from tulips to now being able to see everywhere is great. And I think Councilor Nichol, you might have forgot to declare conflict of interest before this discussion, but that's okay. We'll leave that there. So really, my only
I'm showing my green thumb.
My only question is, if this passes, moving forward to communication to residents, because this is something that I get questions on all the time. It's just how we roll that out. Specifically focusing on the considerations, which I think are important, because I can just see some of our greener residents going to town with some of their gardening, which is great, but at the same time we want to make sure it's safe. So my question is, will we be putting together kind of like a very simple info sheet or fact sheet that maybe they can find online, or that will go when we mail? We could even mail it on our newsletters that just kind of gives a basic outline of what's allowed, what's not allowed, and even if we want to go further in the future of even giving advice on how to maintain and do, because we have amazing gardeners, and I shouldn't say just gardeners, but we have amazing folks who maintain our boulevards and gardens within HRM. So I think they might have some advice that might be worthwhile as well. So really, communication piece, if this goes through.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. It is absolutely staff's intent to produce some easy to read and very straightforward guides for residents, outlining many of the considerations that are pointed to in the report, as well as making it clear the areas where people can and can't garden. We would, really not like to get ourselves into a situation where we've, maybe in very broad strokes announced that, yes, now you can do all this gardening in the boulevard, and without being clear on where you can and can't, then have to come back and tell people they have to remove things. So absolutely, your point's very well taken, and it's certainly on our radar as this progresses through to its final versions, and we are preparing the administrative orders to bring back to council for adoption. Concurrent with that, we will certainly be working on some brochure type information that people could download from website or collect at the customer service counters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten. Councillor Karsten.
Won't come off. Okay, there it is, Mr. Mayor, finally. There's something happening today because Councillor Mason had the same thing, and my mic just wouldn't unmute. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for being here, Chris. I guess, first of all, to Councillor Nichols' point, maybe we need some clarification. I guess this would go to John Traves. If in fact this particular administrative order would require a public hearing, or I think council can waive it, and how's that done? I'd be curious about that. So before maybe, Mr. Mayor, go to the we go to Mr. Traves. The point I guess I would make, listening to the conversation, I would ask us maybe to revisit that piece, quite frankly, about disallowing residents to go right to the curb if they don't have a sidewalk. We know, and I'm just envisioning my area, and in fact, Councillor Nicol, your area and around Cole Harbour, that have so many smaller cul-de-sacs, you know, that we know beyond any reasonable shadow of doubt, within the next 50 to 100 years, we'll never have single sidewalk. So why would we disallow people to garden to the curb in those particular issues, understanding, of course, that their liability should there be snow damage or whatever. Now, having said that, if at very, very minimum, my question would be, as a direct question, you know, little input first in terms of my thoughts would be to revisit it. The question associated would be, would the current ones that we have be grandfathered? You know, because there are many, many, many that I can envision that, you know, may not all be vegetation, but certainly garden approach with rocks and then a little bit of vegetation thrown in. So, Mr. Mayor, go to Chris and to Mr. Traves on the public hearing part.
Chris? You on mute, Chris?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, through you to the councillor. Yes, I will certainly take note of the conversation around the areas without sidewalks. It's becoming very apparent. That's a common theme, at least from two councillors, and I'm sure many others have that on their mind as well. So we will certainly take that back and review that before we bring the final to council. Absolutely. So to the specific questions about the ones that are out there, will they be grandfathered? So today, you know, we have really just one section in the streets bylaw that refers to people maintaining the grass in front of their homes. So that's led to what Councillor Austin was alluding to earlier with respect to maybe not getting clear messaging every time somebody asks. So that's part of the reason why this report will really, you know, be helpful to provide that very clear direction on this is in fact what is allowed and what is not allowed. So for the ones that are out there already, they got there probably because people didn't know whether they were allowed to put them there in the first place or not. I think that the guidelines that we've presented here are all very well thought out, and we're presenting those as for a reason. Many, and we pick at any of the bullets, there's a reason why we would maybe want to prevent somebody from planting in a certain area. So I don't believe that staff are really ever intending to go out to proactively look for any of these gardens that are not in compliance with this. However, once we do have these guidelines in place, we would be encouraging residents to follow them. Now, if there's something that's out there today and has not caused a problem, and we have not had any conversations with the resident up to now, with these guidelines, hopefully they can have those in mind when they go in the spring and the following year to go tidy the thing up and replant, transplant, split plants, those sorts of things, and bring their garden into line with these guidelines. Again, we will be looking at this, the enforcement of this, much like we do with some of the other guidelines, like similar guidelines like this, where we would be on a reactive basis. So if there's a problem, we will certainly have to take it up with the resident, whether the garden has been there for 15 years and is now presenting a problem that maybe it hadn't before, or whether it's a new one. But I think that if residents keep these guidelines in mind once they become part of the administrative order, we should have a really easy time to leave all of the ones that were there if they're more or less in compliance with this with these guides.
Okay, Mr. Traves, did you
Sure.
you catch your part of that?
I did. Mr. Mayor and councillors, with the exception of planning documents, most bylaws of the municipality don't require a public hearing unless council so directs. but bylaws do require 2 readings with 14 days in between, which is effectively the notice and then publication subsequent to that. So as this is put together, if council directs, then and we determine that it's needed, we are working on processes for public hearing. We'll be able to accommodate that in any event.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to the discussion, and I very much appreciate it, and I very much appreciate the report. It is it's an ideal size. It is to the point. It is clear, concise, and thank you very much for all of the effort that has gone into it. One of the concerns that I have is where you're talking about Boulevard Gardens. I envision it going to the street, where there is no sidewalk, and the challenge that I have with that is where there is no sidewalk. People have to walk on the street in the middle of winter. So the plows will go along and they will plow to the sidewalk and occasionally beyond. But residents are used to walking on the street in the winter because there are no sidewalks. So I would see this in much the same way. We are preventing residents from being able to walk on the sidewalk because there is no sidewalk, and we're trying to provide a space for them. So I would appreciate it if you could reconsider not allowing the Boulevard Gardens that go to the street where there are no sidewalks. I would also appreciate it if, as council, we would look at putting more sidewalks in more places. We have a number in Lower Sackville where we do need the sidewalks because it is incredibly dangerous for people to walk on streets such as the Old Beaverbank Road, Stokel Drive, and a number of others where people have no choice but to walk on the streets through the winter. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris, any comments on
that? Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, just thank you for your feedback. Noted yet again. One more vote for the revisiting on the guidance for areas with no sidewalks. We will certainly look into that and bring some more information to council and very likely a solution to this which is very apparent that it's important for many councillors in the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Sam to close, I just want to see if just before. Okay, is there anybody else that hasn't spoken to this that wants to? I'll come back to you, Councillor Karsten. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken to this that wants to speak to it? Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just very, very quickly, to the point that Councillor Russell made, a very valid point in terms of people needing a place to walk. One of my learned colleagues did email me, and maybe a thought requires no follow or no response, really, Chris, but maybe a thought would be to look at street classification. Certainly the cul-de-sac that I mentioned, that would not be an issue in terms of walking on the street. That's what people do now. They look at what's at the right of way as being someone's lawn, so they're not bound to or opt to walk on it anyway. Just leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms.
Did we lose Councillor Austin?
That's...
The power probably went out in District 5 again.
Councillor Austin, are you with us?
I am here. I can't get it off mute.
You're off now.
Oh, jeez. This button's acting up today, our power bar there. There's quite a lag. There's nothing much to add. I was just wanted to chime in on Bill's suggestion there. I think if we approach the suburban piece from a street classification, because there's a very big difference between some of the suburban streets that are carrying people that are traveling to and from versus some of these real neighborhood streets. And I actually have some of them like that in my district. I think up in Manor Park, I've got a collection of like cul-de-sacs where people use. There's no sidewalk, they walk in the road, and there wouldn't really be any problem with allowing people to garden up to the edge because no one's walking on that grass anyway. So going to street classification is probably the neatest and simplest solution to it. With that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol?
It was just a quick question with regards to what we're discussing, the classification, maybe so, but I just wanted to ask Chris if it's possible to just leave that piece out of that, whether it's going to cause more confusion by saying, yes, this street can, this street can't, maybe just not entertain that part of the bylaw to say no gardens in the right of way where sidewalks don't exist.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, I've taken a number of notes here. We'll certainly look into, my thought is hearing some of these conversations and trying to make sure that we make it as easy, you know, for residents to find the information. You know, I don't want people to try and struggle to find out whether they are actually on a local street or a minor collector.
Exactly.
I'm thinking that perhaps we'll bring forward some solution that that will be universal to the street classification, and just but also address the very good feedback that we've received today.
Okay, thank you very much. Call for the question.
Okay, there's nobody else that wants to speak to this. We will thank you, Chris, for the report and for your information today. We'll go to the vote, Cheryl.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Green thumbs up, yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
For the motion.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion passes. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Colleagues, for our next item, 8.1.3, I'll go to Councillor Smith, but first of all, we do, I think, have a presentation on this. Mary Chisholm, are you with us online?
I am here.
I believe you're doing the presentation?
Yes, I am.
All right. Do you want to take it away?
Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, really quickly, what time are we taking lunch?
I think we'll take lunch at around just before 12:30, half an hour.
Okay, cool. That's good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Chisholm.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It is still the morning, and I'll try and move quickly as I know you have a long day ahead of you. My name is Mary Chisholm, and I am a Senior Policy Advisor with Government Relations and External Affairs. And I'm here today to present to you HRM social policy. This has been a large and complex piece of work and has involved working with a variety of partners, both internal and external, who have expertise and experience in areas related to social policy. I wanted to thank everyone who has helped contribute to HRM social policy along the way. Without your input, subject matter expertise, and feedback, this wouldn't have been possible. And before I get started, I wanted to touch on one quick point, and that is when we talk about social policy, we aren't talking about the delivery of healthcare and social services. We recognize that is a provincial mandate, and while that is one important piece, social policy is broader than that, and it is about how we can make sure, as a municipality, we have processes in place to strengthen communities and enhance the quality of life for all residents. Next slide, please. To give you a bit of background as to how we ended up here today, this work began as the result of a council motion brought forward by Councillor Smith in December 2017. Initial work followed throughout 2018, and a few months after I joined HRM, we presented an information report to Regional Council in the spring of 2019. This provided an overview of the work that was completed to date, along with the approach we were taking to develop a social policy framework. In the update provided to Council, we indicated we would be coming back with a recommendation report in the fall of 2019. And as you're all aware, it is now the spring of 2020, so unfortunately this report was met with a few delays. But one positive thing I wanted to highlight is that we received a lot of interest from business units across the organization who provided great feedback. And although this did contribute to a bit of a delay, I think this helped to strengthen the document, ensuring we ended up with a stronger final product. You may also be wondering why there is no reference to COVID-19 in the report. And this is because the report was completed before COVID-19 hit here in Nova Scotia. I will speak to this a bit later in the presentation, but we are now focusing on how we can make sure the social policy is informing our municipal response to COVID-19, as we know there are significant impacts facing our most vulnerable citizens and communities. And the CAO touched on this earlier in the presentation on economic recovery. Next slide, please. As part of the interim report that went forward in 2019, a significant jurisdictional scam was done. I won't go into too much detail here, but what is common across most municipalities is that they have recognized they have the ability to influence people's health and well-being through various policies and interventions. What I think is important to point out is that we don't need to replicate exactly what has been done elsewhere. While we can learn from them, there are already great things happening here, and HRM is actively involved to help create healthy, livable communities. And two of Council's priority areas speak directly to this. HRM does have a number of programs underway that enhance the health and well-being of residents, including recreation and library programming, the low-income transit pass, and the mobile food market. And I could go on, but those are just a few to name. And so while we are doing great things, in the absence of a formal social policy, we are operating without defined values and principles, a formalized governance structure, and areas of focus that would help to govern the municipality's approach to social policy. Having a social policy will provide us with an opportunity to highlight existing programs and initiatives while ensuring decisions are made in a coordinated and consistent manner. Next slide, please. So in addition to those programs that were mentioned, we also have a number of strategies and reports that outline action items that fall under the social policy umbrella. These reports are outlined in the council report, but the point I wanted to make here is that to create additional action items under the social policy would duplicate the great work that has already been done. So rather than creating new strategies and action items, the goal of HRM social policy is to help complement and elevate this work by providing a foundation for a more coordinated and sustainable approach. It is also key to recognize that HRM can't do this alone. Social issues are complex and can't be solved by any one level of government, individual, or agency. I think we all realize that if these were simple problems, then a single individual or organization could easily identify and implement a solution that would work. So this means the role of HRM in collaboration with others is critical. And the complexity of social issues requires the involvement of all sectors and engagement of those most affected. Next slide, please. The overarching purpose of HRM social policy is to provide a clearly defined, consistent, and collaborative approach. And this is outlined in the administrative order as part of this report. It is a framework intended to guide decisions, activities, and outcomes that are compatible with the vision, strategic directions, and principles that have been informed by HRM's strategic plan. To ensure work progresses and resources are allocated in a strategic manner that reflect the priorities of HRM and the community, it is recommended that focus areas be formalized through the social policy administrative order. And these focus areas include connected communities and mobility, food security, and housing. These areas are outlined in more detail in the report and have been informed through conversations with internal HRM staff, external community partners, provincial agencies, and through public engagement sessions that have been conducted for strategies and action plans linked to social policy. The social policy also establishes a governance structure to help with the coordination of existing and future work. As outlined in the social policy AO, an existing internal working group will help lead this work. This group will consist of staff from multiple business units to enhance cross-collaboration across the organization, along with the sponsor from the senior leadership team. And lastly, we are working on the development and implementation of resources for staff to build and enhance organizational capacity around social policy. I should note that this work is already underway and a resource package for staff is currently being drafted. This package will contain tools and resources to guide staff to consider various impacts during the decision-making process. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, the most immediate next step is to develop a social response to COVID-19 using HRM social policy to guide the development. The work on this has just started, so I don't have too many more details to offer at this point, but I wanted to let you know this work is underway. We did draft the social policy in such a way that it is broad enough to be able to adapt to changing circumstances and reflect new and emerging needs. Using the social policy to inform our municipal response to COVID-19 is one example of how the social policy can be used to adapt to and reflect our new realities. For the medium term, we will be finalizing and implementing an internal policy resource package for HRM staff, as I mentioned on the last slide. This work will be broader than just looking at social policy and will look at our overall approach to policy development at HRM. One of the roles of government relations and external affairs will be to provide assistance and support where necessary to increase policy capacity across the organization, and this will be an ongoing role for GRIA. For the long term, we plan to monitor and evaluate the social policy to ensure it meets the needs of HRM and course correct where necessary. So to sum up with 3 quick points, having a social policy will provide us with overarching principles and objectives to guide our approach to social policy development. It will establish a governance structure to help with the coordination of existing and future work. And lastly, it will identify 3 focus areas to ensure we are focusing our efforts and able to show meaningful progress. So with that, we can turn it over to any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mary. And we'll go to Councillor Smith to put the motion on the floor and take us away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on, right? Yep. Okay.
You're on.
Yeah, there is a delay today for some reason. So the motion I'll put on the floor: the Halifax Regional Council adopt the social policy administrative order 2020-002-GOV attached to the staff report dated March 3rd, 2020.
Second by Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Ms. Chisholm, for all your work and to be here after many years of waiting is definitely a pleasure, and a long-standing report that we've been waiting for. And I hope that council supports this because the work that we've been doing for many years, obviously before my time, and some folks that are currently on council, when it comes to social impact work, not just policy, is long-standing. And I think that as a municipality, we have made an effort to do as best as we can with the resources we have and the supports we have to impact people when it comes to social policy. And this can be looked at in different lights, and to look at some of the work that we already have ongoing. The integrated mobility plan itself outlines how important it is to look at the health and safety of residents and the social economic lens when assessing anything related to active transportation, and for even outlines criteria for assessing new sidewalks. We have the Street Navigator Outreach Program, the Affordable Access Program, which includes our low-income transit program and recreation. We have the Mobile Food Market, award-winning Mobile Food Market within many communities across HRM, and and have served over 10,000 people, and I think the number is more than that. We have the Welcome in Halifax program, which supports newcomers arriving in Canada and asylum seekers living in Halifax and gives them a first year of recreation. And also there's the transit program as well. So we're already doing work when it comes to social impact. And sometimes we hear that this is getting outside of our realm, but I really think when you look at the folks who are closest to the ground, which is us, when I go to schools, I say we're responsible from when you flush the toilet to when you get on a bus. Everything that we do in a city, we have an impact on people's lives, and I think it's only makes sense that we also recognize that we have to have a role in that. And even today, within the presentation, number 5 that was on phase 1, it said assist vulnerable communities and by maintaining and enhancing support for programs, initiatives that address food security, discrimination, substance misuse, homelessness, and domestic abuse, and that was in our Halifax partnership presentation. We recognize as HRM that we have a role in social policy, and this is only it's only privy that we do this. Some of the cities that have it for many years: City of Red Deer, City of London, City of Vancouver, City of Ottawa, City of Edmonton, and they all have social policies and impact statements as well. So I hope that as we move forward, we can not look at this as this is outside of our scope, but more as how do we make sure that we have a consistent way of looking at social policy as a city. And I have some questions that I'll bring forward. I might have something at the end after hearing debate for further information, but I'll see where these questions go. So one of the questions related to the timeline in the report, understanding that we are currently in COVID, and this was completed before where we are. So has the timeline changed at all? In the timelines on page 11, if people are following along, that kind of outlines where we're at. So yeah, I'm curious on the timeline. Should we be looking at it to be longer? And also the social development outcome team. Just if I wonder if you can kind of give a quick little outline of what that, because that team already exists, so what that team is kind of mandated to do as well. And my broader piece, which I'll speak on when I come back, is the actual administrative order. And for me, I feel that we need to dig a little deeper into that piece as well. So I'll talk more about that when I come back.
That's a good idea, because we're over time. So Mary, did you get the first 2 questions that Councillor Smith mentioned?
I did, yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for all your work on this, and thank you for your questions. So in terms of the timeline, we are about 5 months behind from what we were originally planning in the report. But we have continued to work on this, especially the internal resource package for staff work has continued on that. So we should be okay in terms of that timeline. But as also referenced, we are pivoting to be able to focus on COVID-19. So in terms of immediate next steps, COVID-19 would be our focus right now. But work is definitely continuing and underway. Although we didn't get to council as planned in the fall, that hasn't stopped what we've been working on. So that's the answer to your question on timelines. And your second question was on the social development outcome team. So each of the council priority areas has outcome teams assigned to them. So there's a social development outcome team, and that team consists of representatives from across the organization, and they're from various business units such as planning and development, parks and recreation, libraries. And our goal is to use that team to help implement this work. Right now, previous to the social policy, the team hasn't been meeting on a regular basis, but with this social policy being implemented, we plan on meeting, having that group meet on a regular basis. I think in the administrative order it said minimum 4 times a year, and that we think will help with that cross collaboration and coordination of existing work amongst business units. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, please. Councillor Hensby?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Just want to clarify in regards to some of these matters. It's a very good report and stuff. My concern, though, is framework and how we're going to have our communities to participate and become more engaged and involved. In the rural areas, we have a lot of volunteer organizations that do this kind of work and stuff, and more than just the municipality. But we have community developers through our park recreation department. But how we're going to, there used to be social workers through the schools and everything else, but how are we going to get this more into our community-based organizations and partner with them? That's where I want to see some resources, as well as some of the ethnicity and cultural differences we have in various communities. How is the social policy going to be reflective of those differences in regards to what may be good or social policy in one area may not be very good in another? So how are you going to try to blend or balance the discrepancy between those different issues?
All right.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question, and you raise a good point of how can we make sure that community is involved in this. And we have been meeting pretty frequently over the past couple of years with community organizations to keep them involved as we went through this process of developing the social policy. We plan to continue to meet with community organizations, but we'll also be relying on the subject matter experts we have internally to help us reach out to community organizations as we continue to develop work in this area. So for example, one of the focus areas would be food security, and Letitia Smiley is very active in reaching out to community and working with community groups through the Halifax Food Policy Alliance. So as we develop plans within the 3 focus areas, we'll be making sure that community is front and center in terms of how we can reach out to them. And your second question, I think you were trying to get at how do we make sure we're balancing things appropriately in terms of the different issues that come up. So with that, I think we're developing an internal tool for staff to use. We're looking at developing something that would consider the environmental, economic, and social impacts of decisions. So that is one method that we would probably try and use to help kind of outline how decisions impact those areas. I don't know if that answers that, but hopefully that helps to clarify a bit.
I just hope that with some of the community response teams and socialization that the local councils are participating, or perhaps it might be a quarterly information report given to the community councils whenever they're up and running again, to know how our social policies are evolving and unfolding.
Yeah, I'd be happy to keep in touch with the work that's progressing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. First of all, Councillor Smith, I want to thank you, congratulate you on this motion. I've always been impressed how you have concerns not only of residents in your district, but the residents across all of HRM. So thank you for that work. Mary, a very good job, excellent work. You know, we put our motions and our actions through a lot of lenses: risk, financial, environment, and a lot of them really focus on the financial piece of it. You know, we really need to know when we make decisions, what impact is it going to have on our residents, both positive and negative. And when I look at my district, it's so vast. You know, I have Dartmouth North, I have East Dartmouth, I have the Port Wallace area, I have Burnside, I have Main Street. And a decision on transit, for example, means different things in different parts of the community. So putting a social lens, I think, is extremely important. You know, it'll be interesting as we proceed with this, you know, the conversation around a living wage, and that conversation, particularly with the companies that we hire or the people that they use and how they're treated. So I have a very small question, Mary. If this administrative order was in place today, how would it apply to the conversation we're going to have this afternoon? Because we're going to get into a COVID-19 budget conversation, because we're looking at about cutting budgets. And so obviously we're looking at cutting budgets because of the financial need, but some of those cuts we're going to make this afternoon from a social lens is going to have huge possibly negative impacts. So how would it actually work, the mechanics of that in that situation if that AO was in place now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for your question. And if it were in place today, the hope would be that staff would have time, and I'm not sure they would in this case, to use the tool early on in the process of developing the budget to help consider the social impacts of these decisions, and then that information would then funnel to council. But we also have the overarching principles and objectives of the social policy. So that is for everyone in the municipality to follow and be consciously thinking, like, how does this decision align with these objectives and guidelines that we have now endorsed?
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Mary. It's unfortunate it's not in place because this afternoon and the next number of days are very important and critical decisions we're going to be making, and hopefully my colleagues and I will all consider the social aspects of those decisions. So I fully support this. Thank you very much for the work, and I hope my colleagues support it also.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nichol.
Hi, Mary. Thank you. You're finally here. It seems like a long time since we had our initial conversation, and I know it was based around all the great things that the municipality does do, and so it's nice to see it all captured in your report. So great job with that. You know, and as someone who's always been a large support and proponent of a sense of belonging for our residents, to Councillor Hensby's point, you know, social policies need to be interwoven with cultural policies. So I'm presuming that that's already interwoven, but it's something that, you know, as we have the good bones before us, that's something that we can certainly improve upon and encourage, and actually include culture as a piece of giving that sense of belonging to everyone in the diversities that we have across the municipality. I wanted to, you know, as I'm listening to the health and of our residents being paramount, I can't help but remember the time when we had the discussion about designated smoking areas and the Smoke-Free Spaces Act, and the lack of coordination that took place that was very evident there, because as the municipality, we were trying to create safe spaces, smoke-free spaces, but yet we didn't have our other, you know, agencies and orders of government working with us in that regard. So I'm really glad to see that the coordination is going to take place, and on a multitude of things to keep our residents healthy, especially now that we had the discussion with COVID-19. That is imperative that that coordination takes place. And I don't really have any questions per se, but just, it was going to be a question about the cultural component, but you answered that. But the COVID-19, as tragic and as terrible as it is that we're in this, I'm hoping that there's some good that's going to come out of it and make the, you know, the world a better place for all the residents to be healthy and stay healthy.
Yes,
thank you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. Good report. You know, when Councillor Smith first brought this up a number of years ago, I wasn't quite sure where he was going or the context that this would come forward upon, but I am in support of what's in front of us. I think it has been an eye-opener for a lot of us, and indeed will help pave the way forward.
Jim, he's here.
Your mic's still on, Laura. As it relates to my questions, and we talk about culture, we talk about a lot of different things, and you referenced the COVID-19. The whole cyber culture is something that has raised its head of late. And within that comes the component that you referenced, connectivity, community connectivity. And I want to ask if that has any bearing or any context as it relates to internet connectivity. Because as you know, many communities throughout HRM have varying degrees, and it is impacting their ability to interact both socially, both business-wise, and obviously education-wise. And you'll likely notice the picture that you're seeing of me is much different than what you see of a lot of my colleagues because of the lack of bandwidth and speed. So to you, can I read into the connectivity component that involves, as the federal government referred to, the essential service, the essential need of broadband connectivity?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That is a good point, and I actually didn't think of internet connectivity when we had proposed this as one of the focus areas. It was more the in-person connectivity and reducing social isolation. So internet connectivity hasn't been part of this discussion. I do think the Halifax Partnership may be working on this, and my colleague Jake Whalen, who supports them, I think has been involved in this file, so I can certainly loop in with him to see what we can do there and how we could possibly incorporate that piece moving forward.
Well, look, that would be greatly appreciated, and I think it has, especially of late, become extremely important that cyber culture is just as important as many other aspects. So I appreciate your work, and I will be supporting this, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mary, for the report. First of all, I know a lot of work went into this, so that's very much appreciated. And I know that, Mr. Mayor, a couple of councillors, including Councillor Stretch just now, spoke and thanked Councillor Smith for bringing this forward. But I just want to elaborate on that a little bit. First of all, again, Councillor Smith, a direct thank you from me for bringing this report or this motion forward and ultimately being here today with this report and recommendation, as Councillor Stretch alluded to. But for me, it's a little more than that. Certainly, Mr. Mayor, you know, and have really promoted that when you first came on as mayor, that this is maybe something that was lacking in our municipality. And I can attest firsthand, the early years that I was on council, the number of times we would really almost in a puzzled manner wonder, you know, if the item we were talking about actually fit in with our agenda or our mandate or our jurisdiction. And inevitably, you know, we've moved a long way since then in really understanding what a municipality's role is in dealing with these social issues. And certainly have learned a lot as well in terms of the mirage of different municipalities that do have similar things to what we're doing here today. So I think this really matures us as a municipality moving forward. And Councillor Smith, to you, I'd say this is a legacy piece, I think, that you can look back at and say, wow, you know, never again will Halifax Regional Council really have to have that similar type of conversation about should we do this or could we do this? Is it within our jurisdiction? I think this lays out the blueprint moving forward. And again, to all involved, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. There's my mic. Thank you very much. Just wanted to follow on what Councillor Stretch said. I appreciate the comments about the internet connectivity and how important it is for us to be connected widely, and I would like to see that. I was also looking at this and wondering about how the economy itself plays into this, and was thinking about different ways of where that would rate in the priority, and then I discounted both of them, and the reason for that is because this is an absolutely social nature, and we should be looking at this, how it impacts people. And one of the things that we don't want to limit ourselves with is how the economy affects our connecting to people, and we don't want to make sure that we are limiting ourselves by imposing internet on people. So this should expand beyond the internet. And when someone looks at something like internet connectivity across the entire municipality, one of the things that they inevitably fall to is look at only those internet solutions. Don't look at solutions that are beyond the internet. So I agree that the internet should be expanded, that we should be having it, that it should be one of many vehicles. And in that case, it should be an additional avenue for us to use. But it should not be a limitation. It should not be just something that filters our reach out to society so that we only go over the internet. And that is simply my caution on that, because I see that over and over again. And we have a number of people in my district and all across the municipality who are suffering on hard times right now, or who don't have devices in order to be able to connect to the internet. And if we have the internet as a gateway, as the only mechanism, then we will miss out on connecting to those individuals. So please keep that into consideration, and thank you very much for this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith, did you want to come back?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I truly appreciate it. And again, thank you to everyone that's worked on this in the past few years. So my last piece I really want to hit on really quickly is the administrative order itself. And me and Mary spoke a little bit about this as well. So my only concern with this is the actual meat of, oh, my screen went down, sorry. The actual meat of the administrative order. And this might be something that will need a supplementary report. I don't know. So this is where maybe Jacques or John can come in. So when you look at the administrative order itself, and it was outlined in the presentation, very high level in development as well. But for me, when I look at some of the other cities who have done this, and I'll just quote one in particular, which was in City in Alvaro, Cochrane. They have it's called the equity and inclusion lens, which also references their social policy lens. But one of the policy pieces is the Equity and Inclusion Staff Committee will create an equity inclusion lens that will be utilized through strategic and coordinated planning for land use, transit, public health, housing, culture, and recreation, and immigration services to positively influence the quality of life, community well-being in the city. So one of the things that I really want to see within this administrative order is actual, if not direction, it's more of the statements that will say when we assess, and I'll just make this example up because I don't want to impose things, but when we are assessing school zones, which we do, when building new sidewalks or traffic calming, we will look at the social economic impacts of that within those policies. So for me, really the administrative order, it talks more about the committee and some of the overarching policy and principles, but really doesn't dig deep into the meat of what this will actually do when it comes to policy. And so for me, that's where I support this. I just really want to make sure that when we look back at this, we really have something that's facing outwards. Because right now, when you look at the administrative order, it talks about the committee, which is an inwards, internal thing, but nothing that really public can see as what is happening internally, other than what's happening at that committee. So that's really, I don't know if I need to put forward a motion to kind of dig deeper. We're already behind time now, and we have other priorities as well. So if it wouldn't really change anything in terms of how I feel moving forward. But again, I might want to get some advice from Jacques or John if that's something we could even do.
Mr. Mayor, I can weigh in here if you'd like.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would refer you, great point. I think we have it covered, however, if you look at the social policy goals, Article 5B, when we speak to HRM as a leader in building an accessible community where everybody can participate fully in life. HRM is a leader in fostering partnerships to provide access to a full range of quality, affordable housing options and safe environment. Communities, or neighborhoods, I should say, and there's a diverse, inclusive community that supports everybody. So, the next one talks about social assets and goes into more detail around the goals around that and the objectives. So, we also have stood up a diversity and inclusion steering committee, which is comprised of many directors and senior leaders in the organization. So, to your point, Councillor, absolutely agree. I don't think you need to add anything to the bylaw necessarily. We will be, coming forward with specific actions associated with this policy, and under a variety of categories going forward. So, I guess I would give you some assurances that we will deal with those kinds of issues as we move forward in implementing the policy.
Okay.
So yep. So I'll finish. So I'll say when we do that, hopefully if I'm here again by the time we can have that discussion, I would really want to dig into some really, I guess, pinpointed policy statements that speak exactly of how we're going to put these into practice. So when that comes back, we'll have that further discussions. And again, thank you everybody who's done work on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to vote on the motion.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
Big yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
I'm for the motion.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes, for the motion. The motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Colleagues, we'll take a break. By my clock here, it is 12:35. I propose we come back at 1:10. Okay, so we'll come back at 10 past 1 o'clock, and we'll continue with our council agenda and then go on to budget with the time that's left. So 1:10, all good?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Your budget appointment, right? Okay.
I don't know. Corey, do you know, are we in a new appointment now?
Sure.
So, Mr. Mayor, it's Laura. You're still in the same appointment, which is where everyone.
So we're in the right place.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. So what did she tell us?
All cyberspace looks the same to me.
Whereas it looks quite different to me.
We're still live.
Speaking of looking different, how are you, Richard?
Just fine. Looks like I've got a neighbor across.
Reminder to members of council, the audio is still live, so no conversations can take place.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you, Laura, for reminding us that we can't say nice things about each other or anything else. I've got, no, not quite.
Another notice of motion.
Okay. So Laura, I think we're ready to resume if we can. Is that screen still showing that the break is on? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's been removed and you are live now. You can start the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, so it's 1:10, we're back, and we finished our council agenda and then begin on budget deliberations. So the next item is 8.1.4, and just in case anybody's wondering, that can't be done on consent because it requires us to waive Administrative Order 1. So, Council, what is your wish? Does somebody want to move 8.1.4?
I will move it.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
That Halifax Regional Council 1 waive Administrative Order 1, Schedule 6, Section 4, which outlines that the Executive Standing Committee shall act as the membership selection committee of council with a mandate to function as the nominating committee for appointments to boards and committees. And 2, appoint Steve Adams to fill an unexpired term to November 2020 for consideration by the Halifax Regional Council. I so move.
Second by Councilor Nichol.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that, Councillor Walker?
Welcome aboard.
Anybody else?
Is this the right room?
We're in the right room, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
for the
so
Question.
8.1.4, we'll go to the vote.
Councillor Stretch.
My apologies. I missed the first part.
This is an appointment to the Halifax Water Commission.
Oh, yes, of course I support that. For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative, as long as he listens to his colleagues.
Councillor Karsten.
Congratulations, Councillor Adams. My vote is yes.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Councillor Adams, for taking my vacant spot. I vote yes.
Councillor Austin.
Yes.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
Yes, I hear all these yeses. I think I'm on America's Got Talent.
Councillor Zarowski.
A hearty and enthusiastic affirmative.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes, good luck to you.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oated.
Oh, I suppose so, yes.
Councillor Smith. Mayor Savage.
For the motion, congratulations, Councillor Adams. The cake will be sent to your house. Okay. We'll move to 8.1.5 has passed on consent, Cheryl.
Yes, it has.
And 8.1.6, Councillor Zarowski, has passed on consent. We'll move to 8.1.7, which is proposed administrative order respecting recommendations for the allocation of grants and withdrawals from reserves during COVID-19. And I believe Councillor Walker will take us there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the Halifax Regional Council adopt Administrative Order 2020-009 ADM, the allocation of grants and withdrawals from reserves during COVID-19. Administrative order is set out on attachment 1 of the staff report dated April 29th, 2020. I so move.
Paul
Second,
seconds.
Zarowski.
Anything on that, Councillor Walker?
No, I do not.
Not seeing any other questions.
Call for the question.
Let's go to the vote.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For.
Councillor Whitman.
I'm a yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Oated.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
I vote for the motion, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Walker. We'll go to 8.1.8, Sheet Harbor Lions Club, Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center. Who is the councillor for the Eastern Shore? Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, I'll put the motion on the floor. The Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1. Amend the municipality's proposed capital budget to allocate funds for acquisition of land, consulting fees, and construction of a facility to house a recreation center, library, and fire station in Sheet Harbor as outlined in the staff report dated April 27th, 2020 to include A, $600,000 in 2021 for land acquisition, due diligence, and consulting fees, and the remaining $2.4 million for the facility in 21-22. 2, apply for Canada Infrastructure Program funding for the Recreation Center and Library. And 3, approve the acquisition of the subject lands identified in attachment B of the staff report dated April 27, 2020, and negotiate and execute an agreement of purchase and sale on behalf of the municipality in accordance with Administrative Order 2018-004 ADM and the terms and conditions outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated April 27, 2020.
Second, Mr. Mayor. Bill?
Seconded by Councillor Karsten. Councillor Hensby?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. This has been a long time coming, and it's been an aspiration, a dream of the community for years, ever since we found out that the old facility, the Lions Club Center, had to be closed due to roof integrity issues, especially for snow loads and ice problems in the winter. And now with COVID and stuff like that, the community is even desperately in more need of community facilities, a safe place to have community events and the like. The report is quite inclusive and quite comprehensive, but there are some points I wish to bring to your attention. I believe everyone may have seen the letter that was received by the clerk's office from the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center Society. I'm sure you've had a chance to read that. If not, please bring your attention to that. There are some concerns they want to bring to the attention of council. First of all, they were hoping at first to acquire the land directly from the province and gift to the municipality, but I believe now the municipality believes there might be a shorter, quicker route in regards to them to do the acquisition directly with the province. Perhaps I need some clarification from staff on that process, as well as in regards to the engagement process. The community has been very engaged over the last couple of years in consulting with the communities, and they had gone through quite a site selection process where over 15 potential sites were identified throughout the community. They went through a rubric of criteria, and it came down to this be the ideal preferred site here on the West River. In fact, there are 5 parcels of lands that the province owns in that area, and I think it'd be quite advantageous for us to acquire all the lands at once and to make this a great community facility. It's also across the short river, the West River. There's a walking bridge that connects to the seniors' home that's right there, the Elmshurst Apartments, as well as our own McPhee House, historical house and museum and visitor information center, as well as this a very iconic spot coming as a gateway into the community of Sheet Harbor, and it would be a great spot to have such a community facility, as well as some cultural heritage significance there. It's believed to be a Mi'kmaq burial mound on site, and that particular part of the area is going to be excluded from the acquisition and be left to the Millbrook Band for ownership and control and stewardship. But we are looking with the community and with the Millbrook Band and trying to accentuate some of the history, especially the First Nations history in the community. We have two reserve lands in the community, in Sheet Harbor, plus just off the street in Beaver Dam on the 224, and looking forward to this. The only concerns the community have in regards to, they believe the report may be underestimating the size, the demand, and the need the community has for spatial requirements within the building. No references are enough about comfort center and the shower capacity. There's not enough discussion about storage needs for community events and assets, as well as the need for community open space within the building. There's some discussion of a facility Main Street, but they believe some of this estimates are very inadequate. And they're also concerned that we already committed a $3 million, and that represents 27% of the project, which could equate to almost $11 million. But according to the report, we're only talking about $7 million. So they're very concerned that we may be underestimating and undersizing the facility. So I want to know, will the community have an opportunity to have further dialogue and discussion with our planners and the architect in regards to the development of the conceptual plans? We feel that the square footage presently outlined in the report may be inadequate, and I'd like to know how we can address that in future discussions with the community and through the municipality.
Okay, before we go to Denise, I'm getting some funny notes here on my screen. We are live, Laura, I assume?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are live. Our office will take care of those other chats.
Okay, so other folks will see in those as well then?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Hensby, you had some questions. Denise, are you with us on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here. I also have Richard Harvey, who worked extensively on this file. So I'll answer some questions in high level, and then I'll ask Mr. Harvey to address any of the specific details. In terms of the land acquisition, the report before you outlines because the land would be presumed or be owned by the municipality, it's important that the municipality follow through in that process and ensure our due diligence and that council's due diligence is met. So that's the reasoning behind, one of the main reasons behind that change, as well as we've been informed that the opportunity to buy the land at a nominal fee of $1 is actually no longer on the table, that the province is requiring market value. So if the municipality's funding is going to be used to purchase the land, it's important that we go through the due diligence. In terms of the space, I will just mention that, you know, the staff have been working closely with the community and will continue to work close with the community. And some of the numbers were pulled from the conceptual plan. I understand from the councillor that we perhaps didn't list every every detail in the report, but the community hall space and whatnot was from the conceptual plan that the community had prepared. So that's the reason that it's specified to that amount. And I will ask Mr. Harvey if he has any other details on the consultation to add to that.
Are you with us, Richard?
Well, yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. So perhaps just to add to Denise's points, on an ongoing basis, as identified within the report, we would be engaged with both the councillor and the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center societies. So that's seen as being an ongoing process and one that would be continuing. I'd also note that that the numbers that we have in the report with regards to the square footage, as Denise has indicated, are based upon the latest submission from the society. So I'm hopeful that there may just be some double in the details with regards to that, and that the numbers do square up, and we're hopefully aligned with the society on that.
Okay. Thank you. If you have any more, David, we'll have to come back to you.
Yes, I
do. I just want to do a follow-up, though, if I could. Denise, you indicated the province was going to give the land for $1. Are they intending to include that as part of their contribution, do you think, or what's the purpose on that?
No, the society was hopeful that the province was going to be selling it for $1, and that used to be a practice of the province, that they would sell land for, you know, below market value purposes. We've been informed that on a go-forward basis, the province, any land that the province is selling is required to be at market value, and that would be the cost. Whether or not that's able to be part of their contribution is part of the discussions that would be continuing if council passes this motion to have staff engaged. Just to clarify, I think, Mr. Mayor, because the province has been engaged with the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center Society on the potential land, they haven't been able to engage directly with the municipality. So this motion would allow staff to be able to actually really delve into some of those questions, to be able to answer them for council as a whole.
Thank you. I think Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have just one kind of set of questions about this, not so much about the overall project. I mean, some of the early concerns I had about this, I'm more comfortable with where we're heading now. I remember we had quite a bit debate about lease space in the building, office space, that sort of thing in the past, and now we seem to be on a path much more towards a consolidated municipal facility. Which I think is a better fit. The question I have is just around the timing of all of this. You know, and I hate to get into this now, because I mean, this is kind of the discussion we're going to be having this afternoon, but I mean, the timing of this is frankly terrible. Where we have a whole ton of projects and things that, I mean, I know personally there's things that are coming up this afternoon that my heart's broken about, that we're getting cut, and yet this one is here as an addition to the budget on the very day that we're hacking other things potentially down quite significantly in both capital and operating. So I'm just wondering, from a staff perspective, why this is suddenly advancing when so much of the other stuff that we're doing is now side burner or canceled entirely, potentially, depending on council's will.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, absolutely, councillor, or the timing's not necessarily ideal. We have a short window to submit the application. As you know, the applications for federal funding, we're in that window now. The reason for proposing to move the funding forward is if HRM is and this project is successful for funding, then moving that funding forward would enable us to finalize detailed design as well as the land acquisition and that process. If that funding wasn't available and the municipality and this project wasn't able to proceed, we still have the building, as Councillor Hensby indicated, that has challenges with its roof. So if we had to, then we would use that funding to go back to repair that roof. And that's the reason that the timing is so important on this, is that if we want to move forward on the project, if we can, if we can't, we still need to fix the roof.
Okay, can I ask, and forgive me, it might be my memory failing me at this point, but the whole infrastructure program with the feds, did we ever get a master list of things that we were going to be submitting? Am I just forgetting that we had that come through council?
You had a list on some other projects, like green projects and whatnot. The two projects that you have here today, the Beachville Lakeside Timberley and this one, are ones through essentially the social cultural component, which is fairly oversubscribed as we understand it. There's not a whole lot that's allocated, available to be allocated, but these two projects were ones that we have, moving forward, have need to and would seemingly meet the criteria.
When you say oversubscribed, as in because that's the one that all municipalities in the province can apply for. Do you mean oversubscribed in Nova Scotia, or HRM has already submitted a whole bunch of things in this?
In Nova Scotia, in the country.
Okay. Well, I mean, for me, I appreciate where we're coming from in terms of we had a haul, the roof is gone. We've lost the existing facility, which I think puts some added impetus on this. But man, the timing of this is really couldn't be a worse meeting. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And notwithstanding what Councillor Austin just said, I will be supporting this. Our business has got to continue, and the rationale that Denise put forward is sound in my view. I've always had a soft spot for the Sheet Harbour area of our municipality, both politically and personally. And I remember the day well that when I used to represent it as councillor many years ago, that former warden Art McKenzie and community patriarch burnt the mortgage to one of the former community centers. So I commend Councillor Hensby on bringing it forward. I also have a personal connection to that same riverbank, and the councillor will recall our days in the tavern business down there back in the early 90s. So anyway, that's a different story. But either way, Your Worship, I'm proud to support this and happy for the community of Sheet Harbour. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, there's a delay in that mute button. I realize how important this project is to Councillor Hensby and his community. And I too have an issue, as Councillor Austin does, with the timing of this. We're talking about, I think, around $3 million to go to the next stage. And this afternoon, then we're going to talk about, and I agree with Councillor Stretch, that we need to, continue with our business and make sure we have as many of our projects going forward. But yet we're making a decision today to spend $3 million potentially. And then this afternoon, we're going to be talking about more Parks and Recs projects, fire and police. It just doesn't balance out in my vision here. So Denise, you mentioned about there's a window for that opportunity for that federal money. What is that window? What is there a due date that's in front of us that we have to submit And if so, can we still do that application without approving the funds, or do we need to confirm the funds so that we can do the application?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the province has requested the applications this month, essentially, in order to get the submissions forwarded on. So that's the reason that both of these reports are here, you know, so close to budget. In terms of the budget, the money has been in the proposed capital budget. We're proposing is to move it forward, so it's not new money being added to the budget. It's the timing of it. We could still submit the application. However, as I mentioned before, having the funds move forward will allow us to complete that due diligence on the land and do the negotiation for the acquisition of the land and finalize the detailed design.
Thank you, Denise. Well, look, it's up to Councillor Hensby on this. I'm not going to ask for deferral, but I think that there should be a deferral to, until this budget process is done. I think that June 1st, we'll find out who's paying for the property taxes, and we'll have a better sense of our bank account. But yet here we're going to be forced to make this decision here. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that, and we'll see where we go. Thank you, Denise, and good luck to you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I would share and echo what has been said about the timing and the unknown of the future. And, we don't know about the federal and the provincial government either, but at 73% is what we're hoping that they will cover. That was just one part. But I gather from your what you provided, Denise, and your information is that what is before us today is the due diligence on buying the land. There's still a lot of negotiating that needs to take place with regards to everything else. But from what I understand, HRM owns the fire station, and Lands and Forest are in there leasing from the municipality some space. So, and then the Blue Water building is owned by HRM as well, and the library is no, Blue Water. I got the understanding from reading the report that it was. So I just wondered, there's a lot of other buildings in play, as we're saying, we're trying to consolidate and negotiate. So, and then there's the Lion Center is HRM owned. So I just wanted to know who the Blue Water building was owned by, because the library is leasing space in there. And my other point about the detailed design, the project, it took us all by surprise to read that now Fire Services is looking at coming into this, and in this finalizing the detailed design, is the fire station being considered as part of that?
So thank you, Councillor. I'll give it a little bit of context then on ownership. So as you indicated, so HRM has a fire station in the area that part of it is leased from Lands and Forests, and that was, as Councillor Austin alluded to, in the early days the community had proposed having some leased space and moving some of those services to this facility. HRM currently has staff in the Blue Water building, as you indicated. That's where our rec space is, as well as the library. That's a lease space, so that's privately owned facility building, and HRM and the library's lease space in that. And then you also alluded to the Lion Center, which is an HRM owned building, which the Lions were operating and still do it during the times that the building can be open. That's the one with the
to be replaced and all that. Yes. Yeah.
So that led to an offer. So the funding that we're talking about here was originally placed in the budget to fix the roof, and that was moved out when the society came forward with a proposal, which council directed staff to explore, to have essentially a replacement building. So that's what we're talking about here, is this is a replacement and being able to move. And if you recall from some previous reports we brought forward, there was discussion about library coming in. And at the last time that we brought the report forward, fire was raised as a potential partner to go into the building as well, because of, again, an opportunity to consolidate and bring services together. There is no capital budget allocated at this point for fire. So what we're proposing in this report is to do the design such that the building could be expanded to include fire, but rather than do a building and then have to do a separate building. Again, this is all about consolidating. So this is an opportunity to get the design done once, which could incorporate all of these buildings, but then when there's funding available for the fire component, then that would move forward then.
So I think it's fair to say that you're focusing on the acquisition of land, but there's still a lot of moving pieces to sort through and so before council. So this is basically here to sort of continue to the next step, and it's not so with regards to the budget and things like that, that's still yet to be seen as well.
Good. Thank you for the reminder, Councillor. Yes. So this report essentially does two things. One, it gives staff authorization to apply on behalf of council to the federal funding component. Yeah. And then it also authorizes HRM to enter into the negotiation process for the land and do all of the due diligence. That's essentially what this report does. It moves the funding forward, or proposes to move the funding forward to have funding available for that. Yeah. But the two main points in your point, there's still a lot of work to be done, but these are two important pieces to keep that process moving. Yep.
And that's the only point I was making, because the buying it for $1 was, and now it's 150,000. So I just wanted to, good luck with the negotiating. I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Karsten.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The mic is taking a little longer today to unmute for some reason, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this. Certainly, I'm going to support it, and I'll tell you, Denise, certainly I recognize there's a lot more work to be done. I have not been involved in this file whatsoever, but make no mistake, my guess would be there's been a little more work done than perhaps we know, and in that I think it would be fair to say that it's here today, that with some understanding that the province and feds are going to be looking at this seriously. So I have no problem with that. That's called negotiation, and I would respectfully suggest to all of my colleagues to support this, because whenever there's any opportunity to leverage funds, we should be there, willing and engaged to be involved. I think, quite frankly, and I know in my district, the particular project that council did approve for a wharf in Fisherman's Cove came as somewhat of a surprise, but again, it was an issue of leveraging federal and provincial funding. I think of the TD funds that came to North Dartmouth. We go around the horn, and I think that's just strategic good business. When you have an opportunity to leverage fund to this magnitude, I think it's something we should, be flexible, nimble enough to say, look, this is an opportunity to really move forward with something very positive. So certainly I support it, and look for all of council to get behind this and support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor, and I've been aware of the project for a while and support it, but I do agree with the comments that this is unfortunate. But I look at my own district, and I look at things that are being pushed out. We're pushing out money for the library design. We're pushing out money on the park and ride again for land that we've owned for about 8 years. In a community that's quadrupled in size. So I'm trying to assign some logic to this. So what I think I need to understand, and I understand this leveraging money from other levels of government, completely support that. But the question I had for Denise and Jacques, or whoever, is, do we have a list here of what we really want to leverage? Because I would think the federal government, for example, if they're interested in leveraging fire stations, revenue and supporting them, while we've got one that we're planning to build in Hammonds Plains and one that we may need to go. We have parks which should be qualifying for PTIF funding. you know, just where are we going with what we're going to ask the federal government to contribute to in addition to this one, which I'm not opposed to. But I was not aware, for example, of now that a portion of this is a fire station as well, or could be, that the federal government's included helping build fire stations. If not, let's hit them up to us. We need to build as well, and for parking lots. So I think Jacques or Denise or somebody just to help me understand a little bit more of the rationale of this one, other than there's political support for this and there's a chance of leveraging money for other levels of government. We could make that argument a whole lot, or should be that argument for a whole lot of other projects.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, actually, and we have a sentence in the report, I'm not sure exactly which page it's on, the fire stations are not eligible. So the fire station component would not be eligible for any funding. And as I said, this is about doing the design to prepare for the addition of the fire station, but to apply for what I'm going to call the recreation library community facility. That's what's eligible, but the fire station component wouldn't be.
Okay, and so we're buying land, and we're buying the land slowly on our own, and we're hoping for the federal government to help us with the overall design cost, or are we going after them for the whole project? You've been talking about design, and then we're talking about land. Yeah. We don't. I hope to God we don't spend $3 million on design.
No. So the application is for the funding to support the facility. Right. So what we're recommending is that we move the $600,000 forward to this particular capital budget year, and then the remaining money that council has allocated, which is the 2,400 or 2.4 million, to next year. So that would be the municipality's share of the building. So, and as Councillor Hensby has indicated in some of the other meetings, this was essentially being seen as almost like a one-third, where the municipality would bring forward about $3 million towards the construction of the rec library community facility. The portion of the funding that we were recommending to come forward to this year is to help support the purchase of the land and the due diligence and the design for the building, but the funding that we're hoping to receive from the federal government would be for the construction of the building.
Okay, and perhaps this will come up more later today though, what other projects are we going after? What else is considered shovel ready to go for? And I think of PTEF, for example, about the park and ride, which keeps getting pushed out. So maybe that's a question for Jacques this afternoon then, Denise. I'm sorry, I realize it's not your station. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, and specifically thank you, Councillor Nicol and Councillor Karsten, because I don't want to belabor the point, but this is getting discounted money is the best at any time, and I think as Councillor Austin pointed out, this is a bad time. However, a bad time doesn't mean you look a gift horse in the mouth. And so I'm going to support this. I think it's really important. And the fact that we have the potential for a number of services coming in to this particular venture makes it even more important. The health and well-being of our constituents are very important in projects like this. So I really like having the potential for discounted money. And of course, as Denise has pointed out, what we're looking at here is just the first stage. And of course, things may change down the road. So I see this as a win-win for us. I don't see this as because it's COVID and because our revenue's down, everything is bad. This is actually a good thing. And I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to weigh in on this as well while I have a chance. I've been following this project for a number of years. It was, goes back to, I think, 2016 when an evaluation was done on the existing community center, the Lions Community Center, which was our responsibility, which indicated it needed $2.5 million of work. That was 4 years ago. And the community came together in quite a remarkable way. Senator McInnes, the Chamber of Commerce in Sheet Harbor, many others, came together around an idea. And, so we would have spent $2.5 million to fix the roof, which would have made no sense in that building. We're committing $3 million, which would be contingent on other orders of government coming to the table as well. I do want to say that HRM has consistently been first to the table on this in terms of making a commitment. But I think it's a very worthwhile thing. Of course, it's going to be leveraged. This was not an HRM-led initiative. It's important to understand that. Some people seem to think it's an HRM, that this is something we initiated. It's really a community-initiated project. We had an obligation in Sheet Harbor, I think, to fix the community center, and we'd have a library at a different building, and this would be a consolidation of services that I think makes a lot of sense. And I just want to, as Councillor Hensby would, commend the community for the work that they've done in coming together and putting this thing forward. So it's impressive. Councillor Hensby, did you want to finish up? Councillor Hensby?
Yes, please. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate some of the facts in regards to this opportunity became about because of the situation in the current building. 4 years ago, we were hoping to be at this place over a year ago. What we heard now. Question we're hoping for is acquisition of property. Acquisition of property is not an allowable expense of the infrastructure program, so that's going to be a contribution the municipality is going to have to do as a part of its commitment. But the other things in regards to the fire station has already been told it's not permittable expense as well. But the other thing is the community has gone through a major reevaluation and consolidation of a lot of its own community assets. We've seen church halls closed down. We've seen churches and congregations closing churches themselves. We're seeing a lot of things happening in the communities, and we know that this facility is going to be vital in regards to keeping the economic sustainability of the Eastern Shore, especially Sheet Harbor in the area, vibrant. We have an ability to attract more people to the community with the gold mining activities going on, with the wild islands, and now with the other economic tourism opportunities, as well as we want to recognize our natural marine history, as well as the First Nations history in the community. And the things I'm worried about in this report is I think we're shortchanging some of those opportunities we have in facilities. So I want to make sure that we just adopted a social policy framework, and we talk about how important the social impacts of the community. Well, this building, this facility, it's not just 4 walls and a roof. This is more than just that. I think we need to step forward and get our provincial and federal counterparts on board with it. So I would like to move this thing forward to the next phase, but I want to make sure that the community engagement is still there in regards to the design of the facility. I'm concerned about the undersizing of this report in regards to the facility, and I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to address that in the future. So I want to have that last clarification from Denise or from Richard. Will there be that opportunity for the community for almost like a project management opportunity to discuss this with the architect and be able to form a building that's going to meet the needs of the community, not just the short-term aspects of a library and a community hall.
So, Mr. Mayor, yeah, as Richard said, this will be an ongoing relationship with the community as this project continues through. So we would anticipate having, continued collaboration and involvement with the community throughout the project.
And the only thing I'd like to make reference to the Beach Hill Lakeside Timberlake facility and the funding there. They're proposing almost $14 million over the number of years ahead for that. That goes by consent agenda. And here we had some good dialogue on this facility. It's very important for the community to move forward, and I hope I have the support of council to make this this dream a reality sooner the better. I'll call for the question.
Well, David, one of the reasons it's not on consent is we thought you'd want to speak to it, and I think we were right. Colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Stretch.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
Councillor Hensby spoke to it so much I was almost talked out of it. I vote for it.
Councillor Nickel.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Sarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Affirmative.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outhit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Colleagues, we're going to move to 8.2.1, members of council. This is Councillor Nicol. Addition of Constable Heidi Stevenson to the commemorative names list. And I had been given a request by Councillor Hensby that he could second this. So since he gave me notice, I'm going to let him second that. So don't yell. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report to add Constable Heidi Stevenson to the Halifax Regional Municipalities commemorative names list to honor her bravery and service to HRM and to recommend naming or renaming a municipal asset in the Cole Harbour area where Constable Stevenson lived and worked for many years and where her husband and children reside.
Seconded.
Thank you for giving advance notice, Councillor Hensby. I know it means a lot to everyone, but I know, like the reason says, many residents, and I've said it before, have been contacting me and suggesting different ways on how to remember Constable Heidi Stevenson, who was a large part of community life. There is Heidi the person and Heidi the RCMP officer, and there is a group working closely with the RCMP here in Cole Harbour as to which way and which considerations they'll put in forward. But I know there's some confusion out there because people are simply thinking that this is the means, like we're going to actually name something after Constable Stevenson today, but it's not. I feel that that's very inappropriate to do that. This is entirely up to her husband and family to determine, and right now they're in their grief, and I don't think it's a need to involve them until they're ready, if and when they want to name something after Heidi. So this is just to make it easier for them should they decide, because I contacted our civic addressing and they said that this was a step that you would need to put in place first. So it's just a means of reducing the bureaucracy when the time comes, if and when they want to name something after her.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. I'm pleased to support this in the spirit of reducing bureaucracy. If a staff report is in fact a requirement for this, how long will it take for the staff report to come back?
Who would like to?
I could say something, but I don't think that there's anybody from civic addressing here, because it was my understanding that if and when the family came and wanted to have something named, the staff report would indicate what that was, because her name would sort of already be on the list. I think it could be done in one step.
Mayor Savage, maybe Jacques.
It's John Trey. It's a relatively short process. There is an application form with supporting documentation, and I think that could be accomplished relatively quickly.
Thank you, John. Matt, Councillor Whitman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Mike. So I understand it's a short process, but is the short process the application in addition to the staff report?
Mr. Mayor, Jacques.
Councillor, Mr. Dubé.
I think would it be appropriate to put an application in immediately, and as Councillor Nicholas said, once that application is in, then the name is on the list. And it would be helpful to work with the family to identify perhaps what they would feel is suitable in the circumstance. So we would engage with the family as a result of her name being on the list after an application. That would go relatively quickly, as John has pointed out, and then we would finalize that. So, subject to the time it would take to consult respectfully with the family, given the sensitivities around all this, it could come back fairly quickly, subject to those conversations, right? So I wouldn't want to put a time on it, just because I'm not really. I think it'd be inappropriate for me to put a time, given that we're talking about input from a family who's in mourning and will be mourning for some time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. A follow-up question. We seem to be fixing the words "fill out an application" and asking for a staff report. I'm all for the application. I've done one for Walter Fitzgerald. I'm all for working with the family. I've done that for former Mayor Fitzgerald. I just don't understand why a staff report is necessary to get someone's name on a list.
Well, that was the request of Councillor Nichol. I think it's a little bit more substantive because it does specifically suggest suggesting that the family be involved in this. So yes. It'll be done quickly.
Yeah, I guess to your point, Mayor, exactly. We would need to have that conversation, and then the staff report would then recommend to council what that is at the end of the day, what that commemoration effectively is. So that's a council decision. That's why the staff report is required.
All right.
All right. Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues? Oh, sorry. Councillor Austin.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's the delay going again. Oop. All right, I think, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, that when for commemorative names, I've been going through soliciting names for potential new streets in Dartmouth Cove, and a number of people have suggested Constable Stevenson. I don't think that would be appropriate because downtown Dartmouth wasn't her community, but there's so much public interest in this, how this tragedy was so very public and how everyone's touched. I think it's entirely appropriate that we have a motion at council so that people know that it's actually being looked at. So I think that's the added value as well by making this as a motion rather than just a regular submit a form application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Okay. Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Or
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
For the staff report.
Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion?
Councillor Russell.
For the motion.
Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
That's passed. Thank you, Councillor Nichol. Colleagues, was there any added items, Cheryl, and non in camera? No added items.
No.
So we have two in-camera items. Is there any appetite to deal with them without going in camera, or do we need to go in camera?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Cleary here. I'd be willing to test council and put them both forward.
Sure.
So 9.1, I would move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated April 21st, 2020, and 2, not release the private and confidential staff report dated April 21st, 2020 to the public.
Second, Mason.
Second by Councillor Mason. Ready for the question?
Question?
Okay, let's vote.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol. Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams, Councillor Sarowski,
For.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outhill,
For the motion.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion? That carries. Colleagues, 9.2.
So, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Cleary again, so I'll put 9.2 on the floor and move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated April 24th, 2020, and 2, not release the private and confidential staff report dated April 24th, 2020 to the public.
Second, Mason.
Second by Deputy Mayor. Ready for the question?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten,
Agreed with the motion.
Councillor Nichol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion?
Councillor Outhill,
Voting yes.
and Mayor Savage.
Yes, and that motion passes as well. So that's all of our items. I'll go to notices of motion. I have a few councillors, beginning with Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice at the next special meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held May 26, 2020. I intend to move amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license, permits, and processing fees administrative order, the purpose of which is to waive the fees for sidewalk cafes for the 2020 cafe season. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Please take notice that at the next special meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on May 26, 2020, I intend to move amendments to Administrative Order 2020-009-ADM, the allocation of grants and withdrawals from reserves during COVID-19 administrative order, the purposes of which are 1, to rename the administrative order as the COVID-19 administrative order, and 2, to temporarily require that public hearings be held virtually.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mayor. Take notice that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on May the 26th, 2020, I propose to move amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting civic addressing policies, purpose of which is to approve the naming of 6 new private lanes in Bedford, Queensland, Porters Lake, East Chesapeake, Fall River, and Dartmouth. The retiring of a private lane named Dogwood Drive in Cow Bay, and the renaming of a portion of Simmons Roads to Science Park Drive in Medford.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Take notice that at the next special meeting of the Halifax Regional Council to be held on May 26, 2020, I intend to move the following. That Halifax Regional Council, 1, request the province of Nova Scotia and the federal government amend the COVID-19 Nova Scotia Rent Deferral Program, the intent of which is to help Nova Scotia small business and not-for-profit communities remain viable in the wake of COVID-19. Specific amendments to the program should include A, develop a path to transition for landlords and tenants from the province's program to the federal Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, and B, ensure that any future programs to support commercial landlords requires, as a condition of eligibility, that the applicant has provided rent relief for their tenants by participating in CERCA and other relief programs, and 2, Write a letter to the Premier, with copies to each of the HRM area MPs, requesting that they support this amendment. And 3, request that the province of Nova Scotia immediately institute a temporary moratorium on any commercial rent default evictions where the reason for the rent default is related to COVID-19. The second notice of motion is: take notice that at a special meeting of the Halifax Regional Council to be held on May 26, 2020, I intend to move the following: that Halifax Regional Council send a letter to the Chief Medical Officer of Health and the Premier that A, thanks them for their continued leadership through the COVID-19 crisis and the recent relaxation of restrictions, including the ability to hold drive-in church services, and B, requests that we are also able to hold drive-in movies for occasions like Canada Day that follow a format similar to the drive-in church services.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Seeing no others, our next special council meeting is 2 weeks on May the 26th. So just before we adjourn, are we clicking out of this and going into a new meeting?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so councillors will finish this meeting and come in under a new one for our beginning of our budget discussions, which will begin. Let's try to do that in 5 minutes, and we'll probably take a break if we need one before we break for good at 4:30, unless we're finished in the meantime. So I'll accept a motion from the Deputy Mayor to adjourn. We will adjourn and we'll reconvene in Committee of the Whole budget. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.